Okay, so I forgot what you said.
Oh, I got it figured out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you have to unplug it and plug it back in?
No.
Got it.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. I Enough? No, that's all right.
Just want to remind everyone that there's a big old table of desserts back there, and thank you for all that we brought dessert to share. So just want to make sure everybody remembered that, save some room for that kind of dessert too.
Don't listen to your screen. So whenever they bring. They're gonna have the kids in the same place. So you'll have. Outside of that, the people that you leave are gonna be using the stuff. Is that what? Yeah, exactly. We're back to the.
Well, as you finish up, take time, finish up this 5 for seconds, Jim, Lucarelli, partake, and we got dessert back there, some more. And, no, we really enjoyed a good turnout, and thank so much of the, hands that helped prepare this meal. I wanted to shout out to, our chef, Graham Charles. And, Graham is award winning. They had the top chef contest just recently in Telluride, and he's won the whole thing twice. And this time around, he won the best of show or something like that in the category. And man, we were really glad to get Graham signed up for helping prepare the meal.
Thank you.
Really wanted to thank Galena Gleason, from San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners. Galena, I called her up a few weeks back after we had, well, it was a month ago, and we'd had a conservation board meeting in Montrose, and just recently in July there, and some of our board members are here with us, and I believe Carl might be online, but Cliff Childs brought this desire to have a meeting to our board, and then we relayed this information on to San Miguel County. And it's just a really opportune time, and it was just so happened that Board of County Commissioners in San Miguel had just talked about the need to get something going in a community-wide effort. So it was really good partnership right off the bat. We quickly got Montrose County on board with this. And I'll go through, and there's several folks here that really want to make sure we don't forget you. And I apologize, I'm probably going to forget somebody. And but we are so glad to have everyone here. But the help that San Miguel County right away put this together, got the meeting venue, got things organized, and really came together nicely. And we have immediate partnerships with CSU Extension. And then we have our other partnering agencies like NRCS, Farm Services Agency, who are here. And it's amazing when things happen in the agricultural world. You really quickly, when a crisis happens, you quickly find out who your friends are. Remember last year we had the terrible fire on Black Canyon, and they sent out the word to get your cattle out, get your people out, and so we had to evacuate twice on Foster Park, and it's amazing. You get a few phone calls made, and all of a sudden there's 18 trailers in your driveway ready to help you. And I know you guys are that kind of neighbors here. It's been shown over and over again. But folks, it's nice to see the rain. It's wonderful, but we've got a dire situation here. We live in a new reality, really, and we see it everywhere, not just in the pastures. Coming over Dallas, you see it in the dead cottonwood trees in the draws. You see it in the dead aspen trees everywhere. We're losing groves. It's a whole different era that we're living in. And folks here in this region, Rice Mesa and on out to the west of Montrose County, you folks have had to deal with this much harder for years. We've been very blessed on our side of the county over there. We had Silverjack Reservoir, and we thought, gosh, it's great. We've got long season irrigation, and we've been very blessed with that. But guess what? This year we ran out of storage water mid-July. That was unheard of. So, I told people, my old playground up there, man, we got half the acres irrigated and half of a crop on the ones that we did get. So I kind of feel, a little bit like, man, this is what you guys had to live with. And because of those effects of this whole era that we're living in, then the prairie dogs really come in, and all these different issues. You guys know the problems. And what this meeting is about is coming together, because what we've seen is the problem has gotten to the degree where we can't really solve this issue as an individual landowner. We can sure beat the heck out of them. I can beat them back, or we can do this, or we can do that. But just like the conservation districts did years ago, they came together because of the of the great droughts in the 1930s. That was what created the need for conservation districts. We felt very, very fortunate to help hopefully provide some community-wide support and community-wide efforts to make this land productive again. But first, before we get into all that, wanted to go down the list of people to thank and people to recognize here. So going back to the list, long list of folks that we need to recognize. We've got some folks here from the counties. We've got Galena Gleason, County Commissioner here. Thank you so much for helping organize this. It's been wonderful to work with it. And we've got from San Miguel County, we've got Star Jameson, Natural Resource Director, and where's Star? There she is back. And then we've got some neat folks from San Miguel County that really helped put on this thing. Carmen Warfield and Nate Long got here early and put things together, got the IT going. So thank you, Carmen and Nate, where is that? Thankfully, the internet started working. That's a good thing. You know, our internet went out up on Deep Creek Mesa up here, and Angie and I realized, man, we couldn't do what we normally do, watch a TV program or whatever. Gosh, it was kind of nice. So also from the San Miguel County program called PES, which is Payment for Ecosystem Services, we got Chris Hazen and Tess Lightfoot, and also one of our own, Dave Deerstein, is a consultant that works through the Conservation District for PES. So thank you folks for being here. From Montrose County side of things, we've got a couple of Board of County Commissioners here. We've got Sean Pond, and we've also got Kirsten Copeland. Thank you. And we've got folks that are running and probably assumed the assumptive replacement for Sue Hansen in Section 2 or District 2. That's Karen Webb that's here. And but District 3 over here running is Ed Lafferty. Thank you all for being here. And so we've got a lot of good folks from CSU Extension that are part of the program, that are online, ready to make some presentations, and also right here with us, where we have my notes here. Jake, where's Jake? There he is. Man, you wrote on my, he doesn't have a card yet, but he wrote all of these things on the back of my card. It seems like they're making you do about everything.
Pretty close.
Pretty close. You got livestock, you got natural resources, and 4-H.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. So thank you, Nate, for being here from CSU. And we've got from the Cortez area, we'll have Emily Lockhart that's going to be presenting, and also from CSU, we've got Annie Overland that's online. So really, really appreciate, we couldn't do what we do as a conservation district without these partners, and CSU Extension has been a real strong partnership with us. And one of our main longtime partners is the NRCS, the Natural Resource Conservation Service. And today we have Amanda James here. And also from the Farm Services Agency, we have Natalie Parker. And he's here. So we wanted to point these tables out. So FSA and NRCS has some information over here on this table. And then we had to cram it in because it started raining. So I crammed in all of the conservation district stuff. But take some time and look and see if some information on these tables are going to be handy for you. I'll do some shameless advertising for Chavano Conservation District. We've started a whole program in the last couple of years. We got a grant, and we are now making a compost extract. And this is an amazing product. It's you think, gosh, now I'm selling snake oil. It's a fungal dominant compost, which you'll have to learn all about that. But what it does is it inoculates the soil with the right kind of microbes so that your roots can develop far, far better and hold on to moisture. What moisture we got, we've got to hold on to it and we got to make better use of it. And those roots, the mycorrhizal fungi, like that's an underground mushroom type thing. Think of it as that. It totally expands the function of those roots and it stretches our water usage and makes those lands more productive. So we are the only producers of this type of extract on a large scale, but it's available at a very low cost. And there's explanation of how this works and how it's applied to either fresh ground or it's really, really ideal to get it in the ground through different methods on hay ground, pasture ground, things like that. So take some time, get some information while we're here. Okay, so going through some other names here. We are really glad to have Candy Meehan, the Norwood mayor, and the CWCD board member Kenny Heldman is here as well. And I know I'm probably forgetting some folks, but in light of trying to get onto the agenda, we'll make sure that you meet your neighbors here. And as a board, a conservation board, we are very glad to be part of this. And so I've got some board members here with me. I've got Cliff and Rosella Childs, Rimrock Ranch. Got Laney Denham here from Olathe area. And he's going to be no longer than I have here to say this. So, and we got Ed Atencio from Montgomery. Now, thank you guys for being over here. And this just, we've got some other folks. One of the call outs from the conservation district standpoint is our education director, Mindy Stewart, has really helped us. Our district manager, Penny, holding down the fort back home, Penny Bishop. And then we have two of our district technicians here. We have Sadie Bruni and Zach Simmons. And Zach took a fall on a horse. He's recuperating, but he's here. And it's amazing. We got some great technicians here, and they're really helped to answer questions and help with the information from the conservation board. But going back, and let's just take one brief moment and say thank you to everybody that's here representing different entities, and thank you for the folks that helped us out. Okay, so yeah, this meeting really is about solutions. We all kind of know the picture, the dire straits that we've had, and it seems to get worse and worse each year. And what we're trying to accomplish is what can we do as a community, as a region, to gather up forces, to gather resources, and those resources, they start at local level. And I'm so grateful for the county's support in this effort. So the resources that can come from our own community is where it can start. And then of course we can pull on from state and the federal dollars too. My great granddad and I know Cliff's great granddad both worked on the Gunnison Tunnel. That was a big idea. And shoot, I was coming up Norwood Hill thinking about big ideas. That was a big idea to just make Norwood Hill. And back in the day, they said, let's make a road. Let's do it. And back in the 1900s, to build that Gunnison Tunnel took something. And boy, they took a lot of people from a lot of different areas, and then they had help from Bureau of Reclamation, the first project of its kind to bring that water through that mountain. But we come from stock of pioneers that figured out how to do things. And this problem we're having here with dealing with limited water, what to do with this land, get it back into production somehow. It's a problem, but I really believe that we pulling together as a community and really figuring this out across the fence lines and across the county boundaries and working together, just like they did in the old days. That's how we're going to solve this or get a whole lot better at doing what we need to do. Because and during this process, we're going to see some possible solutions. But what I'd like to see out of this first gathering, and I promise you're not signing up for a membership of the PMGA, otherwise known as Professional Meeting Goers Association. We're not about that. We're not about just meeting for the sake of meat. We're about getting conservation on the ground and getting solutions made. So this can be kind of a starting point for this area to figure out, okay, let's get a committee that's working with the county, working with conservation district, working with CSU extension, working with certain key people, and let's keep this ball rolling, because it's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of communication, a lot of this and that, and everybody has a strong opinion. Believe me, I've got strong opinions about prairie dogs. And you know, we all have opinions. Well, I tried that before. I did this. What I'm asking each and every one of us to do here is keep a wide open mind and really start working on what can work for all of us. And every one of you guys' piece of ground is different. And one size fits all is not going to be the answer. It's going to be, all right, these are some tools, and this is what direction I'd like this land to go towards. And this is how partnering with this group or whatever group comes out of this can help get us there. So let's take a look at all these options and get started. And I wanted to thank everyone again and bring Galena up here and introduce our first presentation. How are you going to get around there?
I don't know. I'll go this way.
Look at that. Trippy hazard.
Great. Well, we've just been winging this from day one, pulling this event together, and I can't tell you how almost overwhelmed I am to see this many people in this room today. Truly thank you for taking time out of your very busy lives. Time is as much of a precious resource as water is usually. And so thank you for being here. I hope everybody enjoyed your lunch. I did just want to give a quick shout out to all the producers who provided our lunch for us and all the beautiful food on our plate. I know Sam doesn't like being called out, but Sam Andrews from Birdhouse Farm here in Norwood, who's in the crowd. Yeah, most of the produce came from Birdhouse Farms, and if you ever get a chance to visit her farm, it's absolutely amazing how much food she's producing on such a small amount of land, and her soil health is, I geek out on it every time I go over there. So thank you, Sam. Also, the beef came from Rimrocker Ranch, Cliff and Rosella Child. That was the best burger I've had in a minute. That was so good. And then the melons came from Austin Family Farm, and the eggs came from Happy Hog Farms. So I just like to as local food as we could to bring to our plates today. And this is all about producers, and the more food we can be growing in our own communities, I think the healthier our communities are. So thank you. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Emily Lockhart. She's with Montezuma County CSU Extension, and she's going to talk about the gritty topic of prairie dog mitigation and management, as well as native forage restoration. And I think she has some pretty exciting things to say. So she wasn't able to join us in person. She's going to be zooming in here. So welcome, Emily Lockhart.
Hi, well, thank you for having me. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, I am going to go ahead and share my screen if I can. And then you all will have to tell me if it's showing up correctly for you guys. Okay, is that the correct view for you?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't quite hear you guys, so unless you interrupt me, I'm gonna go along with thinking we're good.
We can see Emily, it looks great.
Okay, super. Well, thank you for the invitation, and I do apologize for not coming in person. We're just coming off of fair. We have a new staff member. I always do love the drive up to Norwood, so happy to do that at a future time. But anyway, thank you for the invitation. So today I'm going to give a general overview of some options for prairie dog control. I don't have any silver bullets, so I'm sorry if that was promised. And then I have just a few ideas from restoration research that we've been doing in southwestern Colorado. And I briefly wanted to mention a program called Drought Advisors. That is a resource for producers. And as mentioned, so I'm here in Montezuma County. I'm the county director and agriculture specialist. My background's in animal science and range management. But just like the wonderful folks in San Miguel, you know, we do a lot of different things. So we'll get off by just talking about kind of basics about prairie dogs. You probably already know a lot about them, unfortunately. Review some control methods and general suggestions for land management around mitigating some prairie dog issues. Again, might not be, new information, but trying to gather this all together to create a plan for how you might mitigate issues with prairie dogs. So just the basics here. So, they're breeding in the spring, pups are emerging, and it's going to depend on where you're at, higher, lower elevations, how true these kind of, times are. They're social animals. So you hear them barking at each other. They're communicating with each other. So you can think of that when you're thinking of these different control methods of, why is shooting effective or not if they're communicating with each other. I see that guy in the red hat again, and I know what that means. They're living in these burrows underground, creating tunnels, and they do hibernate, but it just depends on your location, if it's a longer or shorter duration. So they're going to produce a litter of pups, produce a few of them, and it's going to depend on available resources of how much they'll be able to reproduce. And those populations vary widely from year to year. I think we all kind of know that there's a lot of variation, and it depends on disease, how much, food resources are available, things like that. But they're relying on their body fat for hibernation, not those stored foods. So a little different than some other animals. And they're considered a small game species in Colorado. So we can use, different control methods. And then you also might know they're susceptible to plague, which all mammals can be susceptible for that. So that means your dog, that means you. So I know sometimes folks will want plague to come in, but not without some risk there. So just some basics to set the stage about prairie dogs. And now I'm going to go through a list of different control methods, and talking about some of them, just want to remind you that the label is the law. So if you're buying any type of product that for killing a prairie dog, you need to read the label, follow that label. And I'm giving a general overview just to give an idea of some of these different options. So kicking it off with some poisoning strategies. So using a bait that, can think like a rat poison that's an anticoagulant. You might need to use some like untreated grain, so pre-baiting to treat them to this treated grain. You're going to really want to protect yourself. So all of these things, think of your safety first, and that's going to be on the label. So usually wearing gloves and your proper PPE, which is, personal protective equipment, per whatever the label says. You gotta follow that. You're putting this inside of the burrow. So remember, we know they're burrowing animals, and so we're putting it where they live. The label might recommend using it sometime like between October and March, thinking of times when they're in their burrow, not as much vegetation available, things like that. You can apply them, some of these like by hand, or you might have some sort of a probe that you're putting the, treated grain into their burrows. So trying to find where their tunnels are and putting it directly in there. The label might also require flagging and routine checking. So you're trying to make sure I know where I put this, and then I don't see any dead animals on the surface that other animals could unintendedly go consume. So another type of poisoning would be using fumigants. So these do have their own risks, to humans as well. So again, the label is the law. We're reading that entire label and we're following those instructions. And this could be in a tablet or a pellet. We're putting it inside the burrow, and it's going to release gases when it's exposed to moisture. So we're protecting ourselves again on these. This can also have requirements for having a full face mask, gas mask that you have to wear. And there's really specific requirements depending on the product that you use. And so that was something that we had a pesticide training in Dove Creek earlier this year, and we really went over that. And it depends on which exact formulation you have, if you have to wear that at all times or if you have to carry it with you. So not saying exactly what it might be depending on the product, but really something to pay attention to. So if you are using this product, you're putting it in the burrow, and then you're going to plug that burrow up to capture the toxic fumes. Doesn't work as well with dry soils because those fumes are, getting out of the soil. So thinking of times when, and I know this is a drought workshop, so we all want it to be a little bit more moist, but thinking of when your soil might be a little bit more moist to get better control. And then also you have to use this away from houses and buildings. So the reason these are restricted use products is because of the, very serious consequences that these, poisonous gases can go through the tunnels and like theoretically into a house. So there's really strict regulations about how far away from houses and buildings you can use these products. Normally not a consideration if you're out in a pasture that you have to be too worried about, but just definitely something to consider. And again, you might need to flag where you've applied this and require for a routine checking for those dead animals. So hopefully the idea is that they would die in their burrow. They don't feel well, they're just staying there in their burrow, but you still want to just double check to make sure that you don't have those unintended consequences from dead animals on the soil surface. Other methods are carbon monoxide gassers. So there's ones that are pre-made, they're pretty pricey. You can also hire companies to do all of these, different control methods. But these machines, they just take a gas engine and they're cooling the exhaust, and then you have some sort of a pipe that then you're sticking down into the burrow. Again, this works best with moist soils, and you're probably going to have to repeat these applications to get full control of those prairie dogs. Using this method, there's less concern for surrounding wildlife. So if you think of like birds of prey, if you're gassing and using carbon monoxide, the animals, just suffocating and dying. And so if it's then eaten, that doesn't have a compound in it that's going to transfer over to other wildlife or a dog or something like that. So pros and cons. Some limitations. So there's, lots of things that you can do, but there's limited success to reach, I guess you could say, full control with like using raptor perches and things like that. Those are all great things to do, and you can layer different options together. But I'd really want to think through, like, do I want to encourage, birds of prey if I'm also using some sort of a poison that could potentially, harm a bird? So just something to consider. Shooting, I know, folks love to do that recreationally and as another tool in the toolbox. But, as we're thinking back to how they can recognize people, they can, go down into their burrows and hide from you. So shooting can have limited success as well. If you're only using one method, you might also have some limited success there. So I'd encourage folks to think of like, how do I layer different methods together based on, what you feel comfortable doing. Some of these are some pretty serious chemicals, and I'll talk more about the regulations surrounding them. But thinking of how you can layer methods together to get more control. And unfortunately, there's really no one and done. So coming back, just like our noxious weeds, coming back on a yearly basis or multiple times a year for getting better control. So I've mentioned some things that are restricted use. And so that means you're going to need some sort of a pesticide license. So those fumigants, baited grains, you're going to need a license if you're being paid. So if you are a business that's being paid to do this on somebody else's property, and if you're using any type of restricted use product to be able to purchase that, you're going to need, that license. So extension, we are here to provide information, but we're not regulatory. So I or other, extension folks aren't providing that license, but we collaborate with the Colorado Department of Ag, and they do that licensing. So I've listed Mira McBroom. who is the contact. If you have licensing questions, she's a fabulous resource, and she is the source to make sure you get the correct license for what you want to do. So I wanted to make sure you had her information. But now I'll talk a little bit about the type of license. So the website is not very short, so you can Google it to find that information there on the different licensing types. But just briefly, there's commercial applicator license. So if you're a business, there's qualified supervisor or certified operators. So if you're working under someone who is a commercial applicator, you could also get a qualified, if you're working under someone who's a commercial applicator, and then the QS is you're supervising others, and then the CO, certified operator, you can independently make applications, but you don't supervise others. I don't know that all the folks in the room would fall under this. I'm guessing most would be a private applicator. And so that's to apply restricted use products, you're going to need that private applicator license, and then to purchase any type of like a baited grain, restricted use grain, or the fumigants, then you'll also have to get a category. And so there's some new regulations about this where these are proctored tests. And some extension offices, I know my office in Cortez, we offer proctored tests where you can come and take these exams. So if you're a private applicator, you need your private applicator license. And if you don't already have one, then you come into our office and take that test. And then to buy these restricted use products for prairie dog control, you also have to have your category 309B, and they call it non-soil fumigation. It's a little confusing, but that's for prairie dog control products. And you can go to that website and learn more about those categories. And the layers of this are, you go to the Colorado Department of Ag website to register for this, but it's also taking you to a company called Metro Institute, which is the facilitator for the testing. But you're signing up to take a test and coming to a physical location, in like an extension office. But you don't have to call our office. You sign up online. We know when we have availability, and it's telling you that all online. And we're just here to help you take that test on a computer. So I know it can be a lot of layers, but it is possible, and we're here to help you. If you want to do your own research and try to figure out, well, what of these products, these restricted use products are best for me, these are two resources that I really like for just getting a little bit more information. So greenbook.net is a website where you can look up product labels. So this could be pesticide, herbicide, rodenticide labels, and you can read through. So if you're like, well, maybe I want to use a fumigant, but what are the face mask regulations? You can look up similar labels to better understand what you might be getting into. So that can be a great, research resource. And then there's also the National Pesticide Information Center, and they have a lot of fact sheets on pesticides. So if you have questions about how do they work, what happens if, something bad happens, they can be a great resource to really go down a lot of details. So that's also a wealth of information. Okay, so I know prairie dog control in a nutshell, kind of a lot of information there, but also thinking of also not silver bullets, but what are other strategies, producers can implement for mitigating, issues with prairie dogs. And I know this is easier said than done in a drought, so I get the rich irony of this sometimes, but allowing your vegetation to stay taller when they don't really like that. And that can be done through maybe you're reducing or deferring grazing in places that have that higher prairie dog populations to allow vegetation regrowth, or thinking of times of year, like allowing your vegetation to recover following grazing, at any time of year. You might not have irrigation, but if you do, thinking of how you can flood them to deter them. And then also collaborating with neighbors. Also easier said than done, but often I hear, that, and I've experienced this as well, where you control your prairie dogs and then the neighbors aren't, so then those prairie dogs just come over. So the more you can work together, talk about these are the management strategies that I'm using, how can we work together to control the control them. Otherwise, they will see, oh, that looks like nobody's over there. I guess I'll just hop on over, which can be pretty frustrating. So another thing that I was asked to talk about, so thinking about, you control the prairie dogs, great, now what? Now it's can be difficult to do some reseeding, restore the land. And so I wanted to share some things from a research project that I've been working on for a few years with some collaborators from CSU, Ute Mountain Ute, and multiple members of the community. And we're looking at strategies for improving seedling recruitment. So how do you plant a seed, get something to grow, or by layering some treatments onto what we're doing. So we know that it's really tough to get anything to grow just by seed on dry lands. And we can think of like, what are our physical limitations? So it might be your soil's going to blow away, you don't have water. So what are the biotic components that we have that we can add to the system or not? So we can think of some of these things as we look towards adding treatments to increase our chance of some success. So what we were looking at was dryland agriculture, struggling and trying to figure out how we could plant to perennial pasture, and then also looking at some restoration alternatives on rangelands. So this project came about by visiting with a lot of members of the community in southwestern Colorado. And then we implemented some sites at the Research Center in Yellow Jacket, the Southwest Colorado Research Center, and then in collaboration with the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. And so we're trying to find these restoration treatments using small plots to figure out what works. And now we're working towards expanding those installations to test things on a larger scale. So we installed these in 21, and we've been monitoring yearly since then and continue to analyze data as we collect it. And so this is just a picture of what we've done of looking at building fences around. So this is excluding, animals and livestock from where we're testing these things, planting seedlings, and then also planting seeds with different layered treatments. And so our treatments that we're trying are planting seedlings. So we grew plants out and then we planted them. So we're trying to test, is it the seeds that are germinating and dying? Is that what the, pinch point is? Or if they're already germinated in a little plant, then will that continue to be successful? We used pitting, so we dug little holes, added mulch, and then also these connectivity modifiers. So they're just like these X structures that capture soil, snow. You're just trying to capture more moisture. And then through visiting with local folks, whoops, computer's getting ahead of itself. We also tested things like activated charcoal, compost, biochar. We use seed balls, polymer beads, and then tamarisk mulch, which was just locally available. And so what we found was that there was some more success with what we called outplanting. So planting those little seedlings that were already germinated little plants. So once they were there, we found some species that could persist and stay alive. So an idea that we have now is to test what we call restoration islands. So planting seedlings, and that could be in a smaller area. And then your hope is they persist and spread seed out from there. And the most successful species that we tested, and I can always share, what we tested so that you, if that helps inform anything for you. But we found like Western wheatgrass, winter fat, which is a fabulous forb, great protein, rice grass, blue grommet, and Palmer's penstemon. Other things that we found success with were pitting, and there is a lot of research that supports pitting on rangelands, and you can do this in a lot of different ways. We dug these little scientific holes to really show how pitting works, but I'll talk more about that. And then we saw maybe some success with mulch and compost as well. And these are all challenging. So these weren't, perfect sites, but we're seeing some increase in the ability of these things to be successful through these treatments. So just a little summary, soil pits, mulch, compost, maybe a little bit of success, testing out these restoration islands, We did make seed balls. We've had limited success with those, and we played around with, making them in different ways. And there's a fact sheet about how to make a seed ball bike. And so we found that the seed balls made with that bike system, you put like a drum behind it. They're a little smaller. That was more successful, but there's still more research that needs to be done to figure out what's the best mix of materials in a seed ball. And it could work in different environments. We just had limited success. We also had success with the treatment when we needed to apply herbicides. So those were some of our summaries. So, how can you use this information on your individual place? Just going to go over some considerations. Again, no silver bullets here. But thinking of, when do you receive moisture for when you might seed or plant? And what equipment or animals do you have access to? And when we're thinking of pitting, that doesn't have to be these perfectly dug holes. There are mechanical like rollers with knobs on them that like CPW has, and they've done multiple seedings with that with some success. You could also think of, can I spread hay and use hoof action of livestock to create some pits? You might be considering what's the cost of seed. So, what plants are going to work for you might also be cost dependent. And then thinking of your size of a desired planting. So do you have 1,000 acres? Then you're like, Emily, I'm not doing, seedling plantings on my 1,000 acres. Yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense. So, but do you have really small areas that you could really focus on? And that could be an opportunity, say, if you're eradicating prairie dogs from an area, then could you come back and maybe test some restoration islands? Food for thought. And then, are you able to exclude grazing animals for 1 to 2 years? This is a lot of work to reseed and restore an area. And so we did, fence animals out. And so there is that risk that until you have a plant that has a robust root structure, that the, livestock will just be able to pull those out of the ground. So some other considerations, reflecting on a little bit of what we've learned through this project and just gathering information, is planting locally adapted seeds, especially on our dry lands. For planting plants that can be successful here, we're gonna get a little bit of a head start. Controlling weeds, and I'll also add in, controlling prairie dogs before we get started, or we're gonna be pretty frustrated with our results. If you do still have some really persistent, weeds, considering planting grasses for improved broadleaf control following establishment, and then matching that seeding time to moisture. So often I recommend seeding in the fall or a dormant seeding, and I have a little infographic I can show you that will kind of review that. But that tends to be a time, especially for natives, that can do well. If you're planting in the spring, or I don't know if you guys have had much of a monsoon, it's been hit or miss here. So you're not only thinking, when can I get enough moisture for that seed to germinate, but then how can it survive long enough to really get that root structure so it can really survive. And that can be dicey when you're planting in spring or during the monsoon if you don't have, supplemental irrigation. So ideas of creating these pits. So, I mentioned you can use mechanical equipment, you can broadcast it low tech, and bring in some livestock, spread some hay, get some of that hoof action in there. And then also considering, low tech rock dam structures, Z-deck structures for sites that might have higher erosion. If you can invest some time, energy, if you're interested in doing that at a smaller scale, then maybe those seedlings could be an idea. And then thinking of, how you might drill seed in, really reflecting on what does this native seed need to be a little bit more shallow for success. So this is just a little infographic that this is Emily's downloading of my brain of how I'm considering what might be best for a time of seeding. So pros and cons for your early seeding. You might have good soil moisture in the spring, but then you might also overlap, with a lot of weed emergence. It might be too wet if you're using, equipment to get into a field, and then it could dry out in the summer. Late spring, then, you're less frost tolerant weed species are going to be coming out, but you might have irrigation. So if you know, if you're not on a dryland site, that could work. But then things could be a little drier at that time. So late August, you know, if you have irrigation, that might work, but and you might have had time for some weed control earlier in the year. But if you're like us here in Montezuma County, it could be dicey if you still have irrigation water. So that dormant seeding can be a really good time for planting. So getting some of that freeze frost action on your native seedlings. But then you could also, you know, if you're not drilling it in, there could be loss to birds, things like that. Or you could have a dry and open winter. So, you know, if you planted last fall, that was pretty dicey. So just some food for thought of what might work best for you. And you know your place the best of when you have irrigation water, when rain tends to fall, or not. So. And then one final thing that I'll mention. So I know we have a lot here, but it's just this program called Colorado Drought Advisors. So this is with CSU Extension, you know, Colorado Department of Ag. We have a lot of collaborators on this, but we have a website that has a lot of resources on it. We offer webinars, in-person trainings, and then we have a drought management and planning handbook. So I know it's a good read to help you go to sleep, maybe, but it is a resource for some drought planning if you're interested. So, you know, why planning? Just helping to, you know, facilitate action. We know there's no silver bullets. You know your place the best. You're the expert, you know, in your own operation. But making those decisions can be really overwhelming. So there might not be just one optimal decision, but thinking through what is available, you know, what decision you can make with the best information you have at that point in time can help. And, you know, drought plan, it doesn't have to be super complicated. I know it can kind of sound like that sounds like a lot of work, but it's really, you're taking an inventory, assessing the situation, you're making some plans, setting goals, you're doing the things, and then you're looking back and figuring out, reflecting on what worked or didn't work, and doing that again. So the plan, you know, creating a plan is really if then. So a current, you know, strategy or thought might be, if we get the monsoon, then I might do this. Or if we don't get the monsoon, then I'm going to do X, Y, Z. And really briefly on our drought handbook that we have, so it walks you through looking at these different, you know, topics, and then the meat of it is just using this worksheet for a drought plan. And it's pretty simple. So you can just fill out this one sheet, really just coming up with some strategies for preparedness. What are your decision-making dates? And then your strategies for managing during drought. And this can be a really great way for operations to come together. I know husbands and wives just thinking through things together so that you're communicating and also thinking of Extension as a thought partner in this. So you can reach out to your local Extension office to just bounce ideas off of. You know, we're always happy to talk things through, because we know that's, you know, it's a stressful thing to consider. Not a lot of perfect options, but we're here to help you make the best decision you can with the information that's available. So with that, I know I covered a few different things. Just leave you with my contact information if you do have any follow-up information. And I did share my presentation. So if you have any follow-up questions, feel free to reach out. And that's what I have for you guys.
Hey, if you can hear us, Emily, thank you. That was a great presentation, and got a lot out of it. Good info. Folks, make sure you get the contact and info and just directly, you know, contact her with questions. I think she'd be more than happy to help. Okay, you know, just a couple of housekeeping things. I think most of you understood you have restrooms in the back and there's still drinks and things available. Also, like I told you, I probably forgot somebody. One of our key groups that we work with at the Chavano Conservation District is the Western Colorado Soil Health Committee. And Dave Deerstein, actually, he's here. He started this committee years ago and started putting on soil health conferences in Montrose and really put tours on and all kinds of things. So soil health became a big part of conservation work that we continue to do. So representing the Soil Health Committee here today is Steve Woodis. He's a retired NRCS. We won't hold that against him, but Steve is a wealth of information and also is a person that can contract as a consultant directly to you. So he's here in the room. Look him up as well. Okay. So are we ready for the next presentation? So, you know, when we start putting this together in terms of, you know, what's the bigger problem? Is it just prairie dogs, or is it how do we deal with lands like Emily just brought up after the prairie dogs or even during? So transitioning these lands, a name came to thought. I've seen Annie present in different places. So Annie Oberlin is from CSU Extension, and she's worked extensively down in the San Luis Valley and southeastern Colorado in lands that no longer can support irrigated agriculture. So as you may know, the San Luis Valley is mandatorily and voluntarily drying up a lot of those center pivot sprinklers. And it is a dire straight situation. So they've had to transition a lot of those acres into a more native approach just to get it covered. And, you know, what we're seeing is so many of these acres that transition is pretty rough if you don't actively do something with it. And so Annie's worked a lot in also southeastern Colorado, where so many of those water rights along the Arkansas River Valley and other places have gone, those water rights have gone to support the big cities along the Front Range. So many acres of those lands had to be dealt with. And so she comes from a family farm and ranch background and operation, continues to be involved with the operation there. And she's going to walk us through some of her experience on just how to move from, you know, disaster zone that we're seeing into a productive ground and transition that ground into it. So Annie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. How's everyone doing?
Awesome.
Great to be
Okay.
here. I'm so sorry I'm not there in person. I would love to be there, but I can't. We're dealing with a fire and a flood. So anyway, are we ready to go? Am I ready? I can start now.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, and I'm sorry that I was not able to join the earlier sessions. I'm sure Emily was amazing. She always is. So what I'm going to be talking about today is just for the next, I guess, half an hour, is a case study, is a collective case study. So this effort is not just me. This effort was precipitated by a group of ranchers. Let's see if this is advancing here. Can you all see a different slide now? It's Destination Collective Case Study. All right. So this effort was precipitated by a group of ranchers that basically all wanted to get together and learn from each other. And they had a very specific type of land that they wanted to work on. First, so these ranchers are Southeast Colorado and the San Luis Valley. So the two different types of land that they really wanted to work on was what's called the sod-bound blue grama. We're not going to talk about that today. The other one is this eroded state. This is a state and transition model from the NRCS. And this eroded state represents the irrigated land that was previously farmed. So we were all really interested in working on this piece of ground, doing it together. And the reason for that is because you may have seen this, but land that was previously farmed, particularly on the Eastern Plains and in the San Luis Valley on those decommissioned pivots. We can see a century later, not on the pivots, but on old farm ground, that a century later, the land still looks pretty bad. So, you know, what we would see is old farm ground that has a lot of 3 on. And in fact, in northeastern Colorado, the nickname for 3 on is CRP grass, which is kind of funny. But anyway, so we were really interested in working on this from a totally different perspective. And that was really precipitated by kind of this soil health movement. The traditional way of restoring land has always been very seed focused. So what seed can we use to fix this? And we've tried thousands of, not thousands, but many, many different seeds to try to restore land. Now, on CRP ground and CREP land, so land that was farmed and land that was farmed and irrigated, over the years, they've had a decent seed mix that has worked. However, that seed mix from the 50s represents a mix that's not very palatable to cattle. And in my neck of the woods, we are all very, we're cattle producers. So that's not that favorable. The other part of that is that water is just really key for getting that seed mix to germinate and succeed. And so because we're often seeding on dry land, there's millions of acres that have not been successful throughout the West because we're seeding in conditions that are not favorable for native species. And so we really wanted to dive into why that is. We knew that we were really missing something from this restoration pathway. And so what we did, and we still continue to do, is, sorry, that's a typo. We've met in person on several ranches, and then over the years, met via Zoom every 2 weeks in the wintertime. So kind of during our less busy season. And then we've come up with collective prescriptions on what we call go back lands on several different ranches. And so I will be presenting to you sort of the missing links, the things that we felt like we were really missing, the things that we missed, and the solutions that we've come up with. And we'll talk a little bit about like the direction that we're going. We're still really, really actively working on this. So the big, for us, missing link is that I'm going to move this bar up here. And I think we all know this now, but like soils are living, especially in native systems. And if you're a rancher and you're managing a native system, this is really an important thing to know. Plants rely on microbial connections in the soil to get their nutrients. So it's really kind of a different concept. If you went to school, I went to CSU a long time ago, and, I have a degree in sand, salt, and clay, but I didn't learn anything about microbial connections with plants. So this is kind of a newer concept or a different paradigm shift for many of us. And then this slide really explains how there's a really, really important microbial succession in tandem with the vegetation succession as we go from a fallow field, for example, to a native system. So we start on the left here, those systems are highly bacterial, and as systems become more and more complex, forested, for example, they become more fungally dominated. Well, in the middle, in our grasslands and in our shrublands too, these areas have a much more kind of even distribution of bacteria and fungi, and then many other species in there too, protists and amoebas and all different kinds of things that are also really important. So, big missing link. I'm trying to advance the slide here. Hang on just a second. Uh-oh, we're having technical difficulties here. Oh, there we go. There we go. So as we start out, as I just described, a fallow field, highly bacterial. As it becomes more complicated species in there, we get some fungi in there. Moving further, then we get the protists and the amoebas. So here's an example of one of the ranches that we're working on. This is the Brett Gray, which is managed by Lewis Martin. It's one of our, I think it's a state land grant ranch. But anyway, so what we did is we mapped these different areas on the ranch that had different management. So the areas in blue, those are old pivots. So he's got about 13 dried up pivots. The areas on the left in that rust colored, that's all CRP ground. In yellow, those are prairie dog colonies. In green is what I called the hammered swales. So those were swales that were traditionally really, really heavily grazed. And those areas are a little bit complicated because Lewis has done some amazing grazing management to get those things back to a really, really productive state. But there's a lot of areas that are super weedy, like overhead, thistle and licorice and all kinds of nasty stuff. So we really wanted to think about like, what's the microbial content of these particular soils and how do we manage for that? One of the really important lessons that we learned was that we always thought that organic matter came from leaves. So leaves die, they have some kind of connection to the ground, they somehow get broken up, and then we've got this organic matter. Well, we did a series of tests on all the ranches and we found that there was a direct correlation between microbial biomass and organic matter. And what that microbial biomass is actually called the necromass. So that's dead roots. And so we realized that we have a really, really important connection between organic matter that comes from roots and our organic matter total on the land. And organic matter is so, so important because it is where a lot of the exchange happens for nutrient exchange. And that requires air. So organic matter is really important for getting air into your system. So right now I'm working on a fire scar on some of our farm ground. It just flooded and it's like completely got no air in the system. And so I'm really trying to think through like, how do I get more organic matter? How do I get more air into the system so that all of these microbial exchanges, gas exchange, all that stuff can happen. Really, really big lesson we learned. Here's another one. We have, through the regenerative soil health movement, always thought that the majority of our roots would be covered with arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi, the Rastafarian roots, right? Well, we did all this soil testing, like hundreds of thousands of dollars in soil testing, and we weren't finding any of it. And so we were like, well, and that's even on our healthy ground. So we were like, do we just have bad soils everywhere? And I heard this incredible interview with John Kempf and Mary Lucero. Mary Lucero is a microbiologist from New Mexico and who worked at the Jornada Institute. And she was talking about how actually arid system plants like four-winged saltbush and blue grama and western wheatgrass and winter fat, all these species that I'm very, very familiar with, they rely on a totally different type of fungi. It's called dark septate endophytic fungi, and it's actually it's an endophyte, so it's part of the root. It's in the root. And so I'm not really sure how we're just starting to learn about from her about how we manage for that and how we study it. Basically, our traditional soil tests are not very helpful in identifying whether or not our roots have this. So the other missing link is the rhizophagy phase. So in native systems, and again, we're transitioning a non-native system to a native system, we need to think about this thing called rhizophagy, which is basically how nutrients get exchanged from the roots, from the soil to the roots. So how does calcium actually get into your root? How does magnesium actually get into your root? It's through this, what's called rhizophagy phase, where bacteria is sending out a signal and going and collecting what this plant needs. So it's not just from diffusion, not just, what we may have learned in school of water and diffusion being responsible for getting nutrients into the root. The other thing that we've really, really talked a lot about is how important the roots of forbs and the roots of shrubs are in building aggregates, but also how important they are in the microbial succession of your entire field. So how important they are for transitioning land. I'll give you a really good example of this. So you guys have been talking a lot about prairie dogs. We have a lot of prairie dogs here. We also have a lot of pocket gophers. And my observation, our group's observation, is that around those pocket gopher and prairie dog holes, the first thing to come up is kochia. So maybe kochia, could be Russian thistle. It's going to be a forb of some sort with a deep taproot. We did research also on forage quality of prairie dog colonies and of pocket gopher colonies, and we found that forage quality, especially on the perimeter of those towns, is highly nutritious. Especially the grasses that start to come in. And the reason for that, when I say nutrition, pretty high in protein, like really high in protein, like 15-16%. So one of the reasons for that is because the first plants to come in, let me back up. Those areas are very high in nitrate. And there aren't that many plants that can handle high nitrates. Many of our weed species, like kochia, for example, is one of those species that can take nitrate, an incomplete protein, and convert it into protein. So as the nitrate is getting used, grasses start to come in because they can handle a different kind of environment now. It's not as high in nitrate. And it is an environment where complete proteins are able to be formed. Very interesting finding. So when we think about weeds coming into a pasture, yes, some weeds are really, really tough to deal with. Like for me, Canada thistle, I can't stand Canada thistle. At the same time, I know that it's doing a job for me. I know it's dealing with compaction. I know it might be dealing with, it's what's called a dynamic accumulator. So it can take up heavy metals. It can take up, it can help balance out the soil profile. Another really good example of this would be mullein. Mullein are sunflowers, incredible species for remediating land, incredible species for building soil biology, particularly fungi. And then shrubs, forbs and shrubs are so important for getting water deeper down into the soil profile. And you can see this, we'll get into this, but you can see this if you use a soil penetrometer and you poke that thing next to a forb or a shrub, you'll see that the PSI is much lower, so it's less compact, and the water can infiltrate much easier in those areas. And then another really important finding for us, and this links back to organic matter, is that our carbon to nitrogen ratios are really low. Sorry, they're really high. No, I'm getting this wrong. There's a lot of nitrogen compared to carbon. So what happens is that nitrogen tends to burn up the carbon. And so we get in this like terrible cycle of having so much nitrogen. And the things that can handle that much nitrogen are weeds, bacteria. And if there are certain species that are not present, like protists, there's nothing that can really handle all of that bacteria or process that bacteria. So we really have been so curious about how we can change the trajectory of the carbon to nitrogen ratio. So solutions. Any questions? I'm going to stop right there and see if anyone's got any questions. And then we'll get into the solutions part. I want to make sure I'm not taking up too much time.
Anybody? I can speak into the microphone. Does anybody have questions top of mind? No, Annie, keep going.
Okay. All right. So with this question of plant succession in tandem with soil succession, we want to know, we can look on the landscape and really guess, like, okay, this landscape is probably very highly bacterial, or there's a lot of nitrate in it. Plants that I see that if I'm looking at kochia, if I'm looking at Russian thistle, I pretty much know that's a highly bacterial system. But one thing that you can do is you can pull out your plants and really look at those roots to see if you've got any sort of things sticking to those roots. If there are soil particles sticking to those roots, you can pretty much guess that there's some kind of microbial connection that is happening. We use a lot of microscopy. So there's like a few people in our group that have really geeked out into microscopy. And with that microscopic power now, we can see if we have endophytic fungi in our roots. And what we found is that 100% of our native species that we have tested all have an inoculation of endophytic fungi. A good example of one that doesn't is cheatgrass. So solutions, when we're trying to introduce new species into our system or biology into our system, it's a really great idea to also introduce microbes specific and endophytes at the same time. And we'll talk about how you do that. Because oftentimes when you're seeding, you're asking a seed to germinate without fungi. And you're asking it to go into a really harsh environment without its support. So solutions would be inoculating soil and seed. The way that we do that is we just coat seed with an inoculant. So for example, if you go to green cover crops in Nebraska, they will send you an inoculant with those seeds. So it's pretty easy to get. However, it's really important to question that compost source. And if you're working in dryland systems, it's important to think about whether or not that compost had species that developed in a dry system. I've done a ton of work on high fungal compost and different kinds of composts to see what works the best. And in the irrigated system, our high fungal compost has worked really, really well. And sorry, I don't have the data on this in this presentation, but in our dryland systems, it hasn't worked at all. So when I talked to Mary about this, she said, oh, it makes total sense that it didn't really work because there's no endophytic fungi in those, or dark septate endophytic fungi in a lot of that compost, because that fungi, it develops in dry conditions. Inner seed diversity. Okay, so this is one of the solutions that Lewis Martin came up with. I mean, a lot of us have. He has into his pivots, and specifically into these areas that have 3-on grass in them, for example, or little blue stem is another big one. He has interseeded a cover crop, and basically what that's doing is that's just pumping more carbohydrates into the soil profile and feeding the microbes. So it's bolstering a system. So we talked a lot about air and how important air is for these different systems, for enzymatic reactions and for gas exchange, for carbon to nitrogen ratios, all kinds of things. This is a soil penetrometer here, but you could take I have like an irrigation stick that I use when I'm trying to figure out if it's time to irrigate, and it has a really, really pointy edge or end. But you can really, really learn so much from this by just going around and feeling where things are either compacted or where things are tight, where the soil is really tight. One of the things that's really important to understand is that your soils can be compacted, yes, from heavy equipment, but they can also be really tight from a macronutrient imbalance, specifically calcium and magnesium. And what I found on almost every field, and I've done a lot of work in Nebraska now too, on almost every field that I have studied in terms of the calcium to magnesium ratios, those magnesium levels tend to be much higher in areas that used to be farmed than you would see in a natural system. And what happens is, because that magnesium molecule is so much smaller than calcium, but they are both +2 cations, that magnesium will tend to bind to clay particles and make your soils really, really tight. So just remember that can be another sort of like diagnostic data point that's important to consider. So solutions for air, obviously leave residue on the ground. Residue is really, really important. So with grazing management, take half, leave half. Leave some dead leaves. Don't let your cows just completely graze it down to nothing and take all of the leaves. Reduce tillage. What tillage does is it basically breaks up that necromass. So that can be a problem. And then important is to feed your biology. So the things that we're using to feed our soil biology are humic acid, fulvic acid, molasses, kelp. Another thing that we found that's really great is a calcium treatment, particularly if you have high magnesium soils, and then using tap roots that will punch through compaction. And it's great to have a diversity of roots, not ones that just go straight down and down, but ones that go out. So like, for example, in my field that I'm getting ready to treat, I'm going to be introducing some of our very first microbial species. So those are going to be like yeasts, EM microbes. I'll use a calcium treatment for sure. And I'm probably going to plant broadcast because I can't get a tractor in there because it's so strange. You'll get stuck. Probably some sunflowers and definitely some like turnips. So something with a big root that can punch down through that really strange ash. The rhizophage, so things to do to support the rhizophagy phase. So first of all, it's kind of cool if you can identify which microbial species might be missing. So are we missing protists, for example? You can send in a soil test. it's not that expensive, and you can figure out, okay, I don't have any protists in the system. My system's highly bacterial. I need to introduce protists into the system to handle all the bacteria and all the nitrate. Under here, I talked about the soil profile. We already talked about that. On our CRP ground, one of the things that we have been most successful with is convincing NRCS, okay, we really want to use livestock to treat this area, because livestock basically is like, it's like a big inoculation event. Livestock, they are really, really good at spreading microbial communities. That being said, if you're feeding CRP, if you're feeding your cows on CRP ground, your protein levels, from what I've seen, are about 3 to 5%. So it's really important to support those animals if you use livestock. And then I never go cold turkey on fertilizer, because those plants are used to fertilizer. So we do like a wean, like I wean people off of fertilizer, and I'll wean off about 20 to 30%. So like some of the Nebraska farmers that I'm working with right now, we are always using a fulvic acid because it helps carry fertilizer further. And then at the same time that we're introducing an inoculant or a cover crop, we are also weaning 20 to 30% nitrogen. And be careful with ivermectin. So I think we're seeing some really interesting patterns with ivermectin. We use ivermectin on some of the ranches that we manage because we're sending those cows directly to the feedlot, or we might be sending them to other ranches. But we're very careful about, on our private land, we don't use ivermectin at all. But on the areas where we're just managing, those cows that get treated with ivermectin, they only go to specific pastures. Those are our sacrifice pastures after we wean in the fall. So forbs and shrubs, I think we talked about that. Web Soil Survey is fantastic. NRCS's Web Soil Survey is really a great reference for figuring out what forb species used to be in that area. Don't be afraid of non-natives. I use non-natives all the time to renovate a pasture, because those non-natives can do really, really well in terms of like starting to build soil, and to penetrate and to just live in really harsh conditions. Trying to see if there's anything here. If you use manure, be really careful with manure, because manure tends to be really high in phosphorus, can be really high in potassium, obviously high in nitrogen. So if you are using manure on your pastures, make sure it's really, really broken down. Things like llama manure are really high in nitrates. So the kind of manure that you use is important. Putting it all together, some of the things that we do is a spring cover crop: oats, triticale, peas, rye. Don't use any fungicide, always inoculate. Reduce by 30 to 50%. I think 50% is a little bit high on fertilizer. That's for a spring cover. And then a lot of times I'll put a perennial in that mix too. We will often cut that and then seed directly into that cover, either a spring cover or your summer cover. Our summer covers are millet and sorghum. I also really like to put in alfalfa, and I've seen from all over the San Luis Valley, for example, the areas that used to be alfalfa, they still have quite a bit of alfalfa in them, and I have no problem with that, because alfalfa's got like a 30-foot taproot, so it can really tap into that deep water. I think, here's some of our treatments. This is my last slide. I just threw this in last minute, but I do a lot of my testing if a prescription is working by looking at forage quality. So forage quality is telling me if the microbial system is working. These are just some results here. We used HoloCal. So these were some of our prescriptions that we used for amendments. HoloCal is a product that is from AEA. So John Kemp's group, I think it's Regen Ag. We've used HoloCal, we've used Protus Tea and Humates. I almost throw a Humate in every time I do anything with a amendment. Compost tea, and then our control. And you can see our control is pretty high protein. I think this particular study was on our pivots that we did at Lewis Martin's, but our control was 10.4, which is pretty good protein. But you can see with all of these different treatments, our crude protein went way up, and our highest was HoloCal. ADF is an important factor that we look at. So this is basically digestibility. So we're looking at lignin. Cows can't really digest lignin very well. So I want that ADF to come down. And in all of our treatments, ADF came down. Again, looks like HoloCal is winning, but I really like the Protus Tea because you can make it yourself. And we had really good results from Protus Tea plus Humate. And fats are another really great thing that fat content is something that's in the forage that tells us if our prescriptions are working. So Protus Tea and Humates kind of look like one of the best things you can do. And I was so excited about this because we all grow alfalfa. And the way that you make it is you basically just put alfalfa in water, you let it brew, throw some humate in there, and that's your fertilizer. And here are just some of the people that have worked on this effort. I mean, it's been an enormous effort, actually. Twice the number of people in here. But yeah, that's it. And then we're directly working with John Kemp and with Mary Lucero right now on our next venture, which is studying the effectiveness of a totally different soil test. And then we're going to design treatments from that soil test. So that is what I have for you guys. Timing wise, pretty good. Any questions?
I have a question. What's
Sure.
the problem with ivermectin? You didn't
I
say
did.
what-
So ivermectin is a fungicide, and it goes through the cow into the cow pie, and there is lots and tons of research about the effects of ivermectin on dung beetles, and dung beetles are really important for breaking down manure. But then there's also tons of research on their effects on fungi in the soil profile and other things, protists and amoebas and all kinds of things.
Is there a
So,
window?
so just be careful. I think for us, we noticed just an enormous difference on our pastures where we use ivermectin versus where we don't.
I just was asking, there's the lifespan of the ivermectin, is it long lasting in the cows?
So the recommendation is like 2 weeks. So though the area where your cattle are grazing for 2 weeks, or if you dry lot them for 2 weeks, that should be out of the bulk majority of that ivermectin should be out of the cow pies after 2 weeks. And like with our rotation on like the ranch that we live on and manage, we have those animals in a pasture for 2 weeks, anywhere from 2 weeks to a month. And then they'll go out into other pastures.
And after the 2 weeks and everything's fine, it's gone. right?
The research says that the majority of it is gone.
Okay. Good to know.
Annie, I'm wondering if there is a place folks can access some of this information, specifically some of the seed mixes you're talking about, the timing of the year you're spreading them and some of that information. Is there somewhere you could funnel people to reflect back on all this info
Yeah.
you shared?
So we have some of my favorite resources for you guys would be for seed mixes. So that's a giant question, first of all. For seed mixes, I really like green cover crops. For microbial inoculants, I really like AEA. For soil testing, I use Regen Labs and Ward Labs, and I do the soil health calculation test, and I also do the S5 test, which is macronutrients, micronutrients, and plus boron. So seed mixes is really a case by case basis, totally case by case basis. Pawnee Buttes has got a really good got some really good seed mixes too. One of my favorite seed mixes is called the Dryland Aggressive seed mix, and I don't know if you guys are dealing with alkali conditions at all, but there's also a great mix for alkali conditions that is similar to that Dryland Aggressive mix. I'm not supposed to recommend any one person or company. I think all the companies probably have a similar, suite of mixes. But I guess my biggest recommendation would be to inoculate that mix, and it doesn't take a lot. And to wean yourself off fertilizer if you're going from fertilizer to no fertilizer.
Good.
Great, well, thank you. That was so informative. Really appreciate it.
Yep. And you guys are welcome to call me with specific questions. The way that I really like to work is send me a text with a picture of your field. And then I can, obviously it's great for me to be there in person, but this is not my region and it takes a long time to get there. Although my brother-in-law is in Hotchkiss, so we go over there sometimes. A photo and a text of like your main species that you have there, and then like dig a hole and let me see the soil. That is helpful.
Thank you, Andy.
All right. Bye, you guys.
Great, well, that was my head is spinning. That's great information. In the name of time, we were thinking about having a little back and forth, but Jacob Gordon from our Samuel Basin CSU Extension Office has created these printouts. There's probably some on all the tables, and they're just maps of the area. There's some of Wrights Mesa, some maps of Red Vale, you clear out to Paradox. And what we were hoping is folks could just go through those maps and mark where there's really problematic areas for prairie dog colonies. We have this idea kind of stems from conversations at the San Miguel County BOCC level as to like what kind of program could we implement to help with prairie dog mitigation, kind of similar to what has been rolled out with our vegetation management program. But I really feel this needs to be a community-led effort, not the county coming in and saying, we're gonna do this. I think step one is to develop a map, an overarching map of San Miguel and Montrose counties, the west end, and look at like where the problems really are, and not not one specific plot of land, looking beyond, fence lines and property lines and even county lines that identify where the problems are. So that we can look at this holistically and try to, you know, ideally throw some money at it and put together a program. But this is step one there, and so all of your feedback would be really helpful if, you know, we don't want you throwing your neighbors under the bus necessarily, but also like we want to know where you feel the problems are really originating from, so we can start to tackle this at a higher level. So if you can go through and mark up those maps, you know, just put a circle or a star around areas you know are problematic, and we'll collect those at the end and try to develop a map to identify the issues. So we're gonna move on. If anybody needs a restroom or a break, by all means, take it. We have a bunch of desserts people brought. I think we might try to bump those over to this bar here, and we'll get some more plates out so people can eat some desserts and get your blood sugar up. We'll take a 5-minute break here, so you can stretch your legs, and then we'll move on to our next speaker from NRCS and FSA programs.
What?
Folks, as you gather back up here, there's a lot of good information coming. Wanted to invite you to take a look at the booth here that we have for the district, and also gather up information on this table over here for FSA and NRCS. We're going to get started here in just a couple of minutes. Hey, folks, gotta give you a few things to think about coming up in the fall and then again in the winter time. The Conservation District, along with the partnership with CSU Extension and NRCS and other partners, we put on a really great event at the big Montrose County Event Center, right on the heels of the Water Summit. So you guys might be aware of Montrose County Water Summit that goes on every year. So we've had Western Colorado Farm and Ranch Innovation Expo. This will be our third year. So mark your calendars and go over. It's free of charge. November 13th and 14th at the big event center in Montrose. Go ahead. Trying to find seats again. We're kind of ahead of schedule, but I like that because there's things to do, people to see, and we don't want to take up your whole day, so we want to get everybody seated and through this. And also maybe have a little interaction and comments, questions. Try and have. Let's go ahead and find your seats.
That's percentage. Temper a little bit, or get too loud. Okay. Okay. That's all right. I just thought it.
Hey, folks, I know, kind of like herding cats, getting everybody put back together again, and there's so much information. But one thing, keep in mind, and Jake here from CSU is going to gather up these maps and start working with you locally here to identify these really bad colony, and areas of prairie dog impact. And to be honest with you, you can see it from Google Earth, but that's really going to be important as we start getting the plan put together. Working with Jake here and get these maps identified, where to start. Okay. Get everybody together. So I'm kind of curious. Is there any comment or feedback, questions you guys might have seen what's been presented so far? Is there any, Emily and Annie's presentation, I'm always amazed when I go to these conferences and the science behind it. It's I don't have any hair to catch anything. It goes over my head really easy. And so, is there any thing that sticks out in your mind's mind of what or comments, questions so far? Yeah, go ahead. Well, in the old days, alfalfa has always been the one that we think about inoculant for alfalfa seed or clover seed. So that's a specific fungal inoculant that attaches to the seed, and it allows that to really germinate and go on successfully to plant better than without it. So there's inoculants that are designed now for cover crops, different species, and really what we kind of brag on this system here, but we have with the extract, and it's it's an inoculant after the fact. And so you're in your existing pastures and hay ground, you can inoculate through a system like this where it goes into the ground or onto it and soaked in. And it's a very small amount. Inoculants doesn't take hardly anything, just keep a seed coating. But in this application, we're only talking about 3 pounds of compost in 10 gallons of water. And the 10 gallons of water covers a whole acre. So the extract can be that small of an amount to inoculate that soil. So it's really cool science that's developing. We're working with a lot of folks, the folks in the San Luis Valley that's developed this fungal rich compost that really does the job. So in the world of inoculants, and one really good resource, Steve Woodis knows a lot about this, so grab him. He's up on this for different inoculants for different species of plants. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, well, I wanted to bring up, some of our very, very best long-term partners in conservation is the Natural Resource Conservation Service and FSA. And, it's always kind of the joke that you see in the old cowboy cartoon. got a pickup truck, coming up to the ranch and the guy gets out and he says, I'm from the government. I'm here to help you. And the rancher, I don't know about that. You know, it's really been, a journey and, you know, through these decades, when I've been exposed to the work that's been done, my golly, I applaud the efforts, and I truly do, that these folks that are dedicated in those jobs to bring the cost share funding and mechanisms and technical support to get conservation on the ground. It sometimes is a thankless job that no one really appreciates, but we have a strong partnership and relationship years and years with the NRCS office there at Montrose, and now covers this whole area. Used to have an NRCS office here. And, you know, so we really want to celebrate at the fact that, hey, these guys are in business and they're making a progress and they're making a difference. And you'll see a slideshow later on here from Cliff and Rosella that showcases some of the work that's been done on their ground directly as a result of NRCS contracts. So they are still continuing to be such an important partner and key component to what we're trying to accomplish here. So help me welcome Amanda James and Natalie from FSA, but they're here to showcase some of the federal programs that are still out there, programs you might have known about, or programs that are brand new to you. But we want to have their presentations and kind of kick this off again.
I'm Natalie Parker. I work for the Farm Service Agency. I'm the County Executive Director in Montrose and the Delta offices. We cover Montrose, Genesee, Uray, and Delta counties. There is an office in Duck Creek. That's where your operation is, that you can work with them as well. I think there is a little
Can you
slideshow.
tell me the name of this one? Or do you want to?
It says like August 2024.
Okay.
August drought, but it's not gonna be. But what the Farm Service Agency does is more, we have a lot of programs, but what I primarily wanted to talk about is just we have disaster assistance programs. So because this whole area is in a drought, we are eligible to help with certain disaster programs.
Not as.
No, that's not bad. Okay.
It's all right. I'm not doing the PowerPoint. Don't have to worry about the technology. Yes. Less technology is better.
There it is. That's a presentation. Okay, here's a clicker for you.
Okay.
From my computer.
So. Well, the main thing is, I guess, I'll just talk. You can go to farmers.gov and get all kinds of information, all the fact sheets. There's a service center locator. You can type in your address or your county and figure out what the closest office is to you. We do offer what they call nationwide customer service. So if you call any office, we should be able to help you, but we do like to hold your main records in the county that your operation is centered in. Right now, couple, I just wanted to talk about a couple programs that might be relevant. Sorry, to what's going on. We have a program called the Livestock Forage Program, which will help with grazing losses to producers. So if you own livestock and you cash lease, own, or have federal grazing permits, we all the counties around Colorado practically have triggered for drought payments. Depending on the severity of the drought is how many monthly payments you could potentially earn. But if you do not currently participate with an FSA office and you have non-irrigated grazing land, BLM Forest Service permits that you are in control of and you own livestock, you should be working with us. The acreage reporting deadline for 2026 has passed. That's July 15th for most perennial crops. However, we can do a late filed acreage report fee, still take the acreage report and get you eligible to participate in these drought assistance programs. We also have a program called ELAP, the Emergency Livestock Assistance Program.
You want me to?
Yeah, go ahead. I couldn't get it.
Oh, okay, okay.
Keep going. But ELAP helps pay if you are having to purchase above normal quantities of feed from outside of the area, which FSA considers 25 miles your local area. So if you have to haul in feed from more than 25 miles and it's not your routine operation, we will help pay for the mileage. So it's paying $3.75 a mile. Again, it all starts with an acreage report just to show, like, what do you normally feed those animals? Do you have grazing land? Do you have hay land? But we do the acreage report, and then we can help with the difference of what you would haul in a normal year compared to what you're hauling this year on a disaster year. We can do the same, similar for water hauling. If you have an area that you normally don't have to haul water to your animals, but you are this year because of drought, we can help pay. That program pays on the gallons of water hauled, but it's a similar, we do all the hard work. We just get from you guys your miles, your, load tickets, gallons hauled, how many livestock you have, and get the application created. ELAP will also pay if you're having to haul animals to a different grazing area that's not routine because of the drought, or if you've had to move your animals because of fire more than 25 miles from wherever your location is, we can help with that transportation as well. So I think the main point of, here's some of our local offices. We can click just a little bit about ELAP, LFP. This kind of just goes over where we use the drought monitor to determine eligibility for different programs and how much the programs will pay. Right now, this is for the livestock forage program. You would get in Montrose County, we're at a 4-month payment factor, so they determine how much a cow calf pair would eat in a month. That they get that a dollar value, and then right now would be multiplied times 4 based on the lesser of your land and animals. Here's our current drought map, or the drought map last week. It's released every Thursday, so I think it's actually a little more severe today than it was last week. Just about acreage reporting, that's the key for any of these disaster programs with the Farm Service Agency, is to have an acreage report. But even if you miss the deadline, we can still get it done and get you eligible for these programs. These are the normal acreage reporting deadlines. They just roll forward year after year depending on what you're planning. And then we do have a email delivery system where monthly each county office puts out a email with some of the relevant upcoming deadlines, programs we're offering, and you can go to this website, fsa.usda.gov/subscribe, and get signed up for you can pick what office, like if you are more San Miguel, you can sign up for those newsletters, but every month each county office puts out a newsletter. I do have some fact sheets about those programs, but if you have any questions, if you don't work with FSA already, you definitely should reach out so we can get you started, get you a farm record set up, and let you know what programs we offer. And we also work in conjunction with NRCS. If you're doing an NRCS project, you also have to do your farm record with FSA. Unless there's any questions. pass the mic. That's all I have.
All right, well, my name's Amanda James. I'm a range con, with the NRCS in Montrose. But I cover out here primarily. I do cover like Gunnison County and, all the way out to the west end, San Miguel County, you're right, all the way around, but, yeah, mostly I'm here to talk about what kind of programs we have and different practices that we've helped folks with. And so we have two major programs that we operate on and that we've done a lot in this General Valley. So we do our equip program. And so that is mostly when you're thinking like sprinklers or irrigation improvement in general, or if you're talking about seeding, all those kind of things are covered in that, and you'll get paid out. It is like a reimbursement program, is mostly how we do our programs. And so there's more on equip, but that's just the quick and dirty on that one. Our second program that we do is the Conservation Stewardship Program, so CSP. That kind of takes farms and ranches that are already, A level, and like already doing all these conservation practices on their own, and takes it up a notch. And then we'll essentially like incentivize them to maintain and improve even higher. So that is the gist on the second program. Yeah, so we do financial and technical, so not everything we do is just government money. And so we also do technical side, so if you guys ever want plant identification or just a generic seed mix or recommendations on soil labs or anything like that, we have lists, and I love identifying plants. And I've identified stuff that's killed calves before, if it's been like a specific plant. I've done all sorts of different, we've talked about CRP, and I've done those kind of assessments before, make those seed mixes, done those write-ups. But yeah, so we do kind of a broad spectrum. We partner with FSAs. We do require kind of some like records and all of that being set up first. Yeah, but I try to make our programs not horrendous. I know how it is working with the government. I work for them. I know all of our programs take a long time, all of that, and so I just try to make it as easy and as flexible and open communication as possible. So yeah, that's kind of what NRCS does as far as practices that I've helped implement, and like I've seen farmers ranchers do out here. We've done a lot of seedings, so that could be anything from cover crops to rangeland seedings to pasture and hay improvement seedings, kind of even pollinator seedings, everything under the sun as far as that. And so we've done grazing management plans. So for that, we incorporate your current livestock operation, look at where you're grazing, figure out the AUMs, that kind of stuff, and kind of build together. We can build a grazing management plan that'll work for you, and kind of keep some basic records on it, and then we would pay on that. And then we also have done a whole bunch of sprinkler and get pipe and other irrigation efficiency improvements out here. Primarily, it's been a lot of wheel lines. We've got some pivots. Yeah, anything under the sun. We've done pipeline projects, all irrigation stuff, really. We do, and we've done a lot of. We are in an adjacent salinity area. So Montrose is a primary salinity area, and out here is a secondary. And so out here does still get some funding for salinity, and so there is money available for irrigation improvement and switching to something a little bit more efficient, you know, so if you have gator pipe, switch into sprinklers or, whatnot. Other practices that I've seen. I think we've done like a nutrient management, we've done like some wildlife stuff out here, for some of the bigger landowners that kind of operated as like a hunting operation. Yeah,
Amanda, how about the progress that may or may not be current with the virtual fencing?
yeah, so virtual fence, super hot topic right now. I love to chat about it. And so, virtual fence right now, there's a couple ways we can go about it, that we can assist with. It is kind of two different ways, so just a grazing management plan, or we can do, in addition to that, the collars and towers and anything else that kind of goes along with it. But really what makes the most sense and kind of, is maybe the overarching idea behind it is improving your grazing management and to monitor where your cows are at and keep an eye on them, know how to frequently move them, and yeah, build that into your adaptive management for a dry year like this. You know, you can easily shave a day off of a pasture and still let it rest, but yet, you know, I know Cliff and Rosella will get into it too, but you know, by even shaving a day off on a pasture and putting a day over on somewhere else, and by narrowing up like field or whatever virtually, you can get more days of grazing out. It is possible. I've heard plenty of good stories. I know I've seen it, I've heard it, working and happening, so, yeah. Virtual fence, super cool, love to chat more. Planning,
Yes, and also the virtual fencing will help you gather that cow that's gone,
correct,
so that it isn't just a Christmas present to get her back.
yeah,
But you know where that sucker is.
I actually know somebody with the fire, the Gold Mountain Fire that was using it, and that's how they were able to immediately track and identify locations of the cows on the forest permit and to go gather them in and get them there quick, rather than to have to go take 3 days to go try to find them, you know? So yeah, it was really handy in that situation. I guess, is there anything else? I do know our programs could be long, kind of our time span is about 1 year to 2 years, for our financial assistance and all that, but technical assistance, I love to come out, I love to chat with you all, I love to, you know, so I try to be a lot quicker on that, so, yeah.
Hey, if you have. We're losing an engineer over there, Gabe Lucero's leaving us, he's going to Alaska, it's been there like 30-some years.
Yep.
Hate to see the young man go, but they're short on engineers. So if you do need engineering done, you can get it done, an outside source, and you will get reimbursed for that. And it's part of the program, Robert, so you don't have to wait on NRCS, because it may take a period of time to get that done. You can get this done quickly. I'm just,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, oh, yeah.
Highly recommend. Going with an outside engineer, our engineering staff's great and they'll get it done, but it's just, in reality, you know, time is important and we all know costs are continually going up. And, you know, for us, the way I kind of think of it is that, you know, it's an incentive, like if you're wanting to already switch from, you know, get a pipe to a sprinkler already anyway, if you just sign up through one of our programs, we'll give you some money back for it, right? Like that's, you know, if you're already signed up and doing it. And so I don't necessarily love to think of it as like a handout or anything like that. It's just more like if you were planning on doing it anyway, we could probably give you a little bit of money to help. And like help your operation move a little bit more efficiently and cost effectively. So, yeah.
Stay in business. I think that's
Yeah.
also with FSA, our programs are not gonna make you rich, but their goal is to help you make it to next year, help you get through the hard times so you can continue farming and keep your operation going. So, yeah, that's kind of, they're not gonna completely pay for your losses, but their goal is to help you keep going for the next year.
Good, thank you.
I could do it, but I don't know if I was hitting the wrong button. Yeah, it should work. It should work. Okay.
All right, next up, we have Jake Gordon from our local CSU Extension office. Jake recently got brought on. I'm gonna pull up all his job titles because I gotta give props to Annika Christensen when filling the extension program coordinator position. She was looking for somebody who had a lot of experience in the area, specifically with ranching. Somebody who could connect with the producer community, and I think that was a really great new addition to the staff at CSU Extension. And so she brought on Jake Gordon, and he's focusing on ag and livestock, natural resources, range and pasture management, producer education, and I believe 4-H as well, because that's not on the list. So he's a busy guy, and he's gonna talk with us all about drought resilience coming from our local CSU Extension office. So here's Jake Gordon.
Do you have a PowerPoint? Okay. Right here. And that should work. It should work. You just click through. Okay. And then it is the drought workshop. Is it Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, this is a PDF. Can't too much with this. Yeah.
Maybe we can start talking to them about that prairie dog map and what your thoughts on it, maybe.
So while we're,
Oh, yeah.
so while we're waiting, I'd like to thank the county commissioners. It's been a long time going, but we've had a lot of weed complaints, prairie. We all know where we're standing and it's not looking good, but we're getting better, it's rain, so. And the county commissioners finally sat down and had a meeting and talked about it. And from there, we went forward. Me and Galena talked. Our biggest thing was actually get a big map of Wrights Mesa. And just look at like where people are working and doing stuff. Trying to get the prairie dogs off their property, but their neighbor isn't doing anything. Not throwing their neighbor under the bus, but seeing where the issues are. Same thing with weeds, weed management. We got a lot more. We have new weeds that haven't been here that are starting to move in. From boll thistles to whirlweed, milkweed. A lot of weeds that are moving in that have a lot of issues, so if they get it set up, we'll get started, but
We'll just go with this.
thank you guys for filling out the map and take that in. I'm gonna go through and fill it out, see where as close as I can, problem areas, and then take it to the county commissioners on both sides, Montrose and San Diego County. See if we can kind of get us started, what we can do. So, we made this thing, it's called Living with Drought, because before we weren't living with the drought. It was every couple of years we had a drought again. You can,
Okay.
and here's why we're here today is we have a drought. It's here, we know it's here. We've seen the impacts from weeds, prairie dogs, overgrazing, things that are in our control. We can try to work on. We can't work on if it's gonna rain. Here's the drought map or story here. You can see in the early 1900s and or late 1800s and early 1900s, we were really dry. But over time, the droughts got a little bit worse. To today where we've been in it for almost 20 years, a couple ups and downs, but not really enough to change anything. And you look at the late 80s and early 90s, that was really our golden age where every year was nice and wet. Wrights Mesa has been high and low. We've had our ups and downs all the way through. But we have a bottom line and it's going down. It's not going up. So that's where we're at. We're hoping that it will change pretty quick, but there's no guarantees. So. And then the climate story, it's a bigger than this less rain, like I said earlier, warmer temperatures, higher variable precipitation over, we don't have as much precipitation in the year. Snowpack is our biggest issue. Talk to Farmers Water, talk to anybody. We don't have a snowpack, we don't have a summer. The rain can't keep up. And then the droughts and cycles, we know that. I talked about that in my last slide. And what does this mean? What can producers do? Most of the producers are working at this, but soil health is hard. Dry years, it's hard to get organic matter. Organic matter makes it where your soil is like a sponge. So moisture likes to leave, likes to run. You get too dry, overgrazed, likes to run. With livestock, a lot of our producers are down on their numbers. They seen it coming, sold off. But at the rate it was going there a couple months ago, it was dire need. And most of the producers have already decreased their AUMs on the rangeland. And then the winters are been weird. They've been hot in the middle of March. When we get 80 degrees in March, we have a problem. And it's not that the problem is necessarily the heat. The problem is our snowpack's leaving. It's leaving before you can get a hold of it. It's running. It's not staying where it's supposed to be. It's making our summer go faster. Next. And then soil health. Soil health is huge. And we have a lot of soil health things that are actually coming down the line, mostly on the federal level, state levels, but they're really pushing soil health now. They're pushing looking at microbes and fungi and everything that makes soil do what it needs to do, because you can put all the nitrogen out there you want to, but if you can't do anything with it, then it's useless. And that's where the partnership with Shenandoah Valley, things like that, your neighbors, that's the biggest thing here, is if you aren't talking to your neighbors about what you want to get done, you aren't even going to help what you're trying to do, because your neighbors have the same problem. Water management, and water management's huge. Mostly here, understanding what the water is. Nucleo's a little better, but Norwood, doesn't matter if you're on the Cone, Sandgill, Ditch, there's a lot of new people moving in, lots of 40s, with no water on it. So water management is huge. And then just adaptive grazing, because we are in such drought. More grazed land per cow. All the way down that we're pushing 3 times what it used to be. Here it talks a little bit about soil health. Soil health is huge, but when you have good microbes and good things going on, and your water doesn't just run off. You can actually see that now that it's greened up. there in them first two rains, water ran way worse than it does now. It drained up, soil's getting happy again, it's sucking stuff down. When it was dry, it just ran right across it. Now it's starting to hold it a little bit. And then here's some information just on CSU, because we are here to help you guys as producers. We're here to help you guys figure out what you need, how to help you. And we have the resources. We have 100,000 people we could call if we need to. But we're kind of big net. And we can do soil samples, water testing, about anything. And this is really about soil testing here, but that's why we're here, is to just help you guys. So you know where the office is? If not, it's over there at the Glockson building where the county's at. Here's a little more about water retention and health of the soil. Pretty much you have more storage on healthy soil than non-healthy soil, deeper roots, reduced erosion, things that most of us all know already that are in the room. And then healthy grass begins with healthy management. That's just how it goes. You have to manage your grass. Overgrowing is a bad thing, and overgrazing is a bad thing. There's a middle line on everything. And same thing with prairie dog control. There's a middle line on that. Here we're in such a deficit of not having water to back the prairie dogs off that we have a prairie dog problem. And our grass is where our prairie dogs are, so pretty much the whole area. We're getting ate down before we can manage it. The goals, dry land grazing, hay production, general pasture, wildlife value, salinity sites, and then we have a bunch of recommendations on here on plants, western wheatgrass, blue grama, that sort of thing, things that we can put in to help us, They were talking about seed varieties. Well, it used to be here that you could put anything down to make it grow almost. Now you can't do that. We don't have the water. And then plan before the next dry year. This is huge. I recommend highly talking to a forage specialist if we're gonna have a next dry year by February. You need to have a plan, because it isn't gonna be like this year. When we're about to run out of hauling water for cows, that's a bad deal. Like, that's the end of it. So we gotta make a plan how you're gonna move forward. Then, like, what are your trigger points? Find a point where you're like, today is the day that I need to go talk to somebody, or I need to change it. Because what you'll do is, if something's going right, you'll prolong it as far as you can. That's where we're at right now. But if you don't have a day that says this is the date I need to figure something out, you're gonna just keep pushing it down the road. And that's hard, because I'm in that situation. You just push it. Don't worry. You gotta make a plan. And then what does your pasture need? Like, if you're gonna overgraze it, then you're done. You gotta look at it, pay attention, see what you can do, what you can't do. You can't just pray for water and hope it shows up. And then there's a secure the water source, but that's kind of tough. But the other thing is to sit down and talk with your family, because ranching is a family thing. And at the end of the day, you need to have that conversation together, not just one person. That comes up like, what happens if it gets dry? Like, how to plan? Are we gonna sell everything? Are we gonna save the money to get back into it? Does the kids wanna be ranchers? Like, my 65 years old, I could retire off of it, but have that plan. Like, what's gonna happen if it gets dry? And then for examples across the west, there's all these hotlines, emergency hay exchange, community pasture blocks. All the way down to just call your NRCS, FSA. They'll give you so many more people than this. When it gets down to, hey, I need hay, there isn't hay. You know, there isn't water. What do I do next, you know? Next. And then here's all the organizations that helped put it on today. And all of them we'd like to thank, because this is the first time that I know of that we had everybody in the same room having this conversation on Mason. Like, this needs to happen, because if not, we are never gonna get them move forward. The ditch board's here, I'm glad to see that, people from that group. But waters could be here next year, it could not be. Like, make a plan that it won't be here, and then if it shows up, great, you know? And then here's reasons how we can help you. I kind of went over that. We can do one-on-one constellation. We can go look at pastors, management, educational workshops. If you guys can think of something that your family needs or you need, or you know multiple people need, come talk to us. I can have a specialist come in from CSU, or somebody that CSU recommends to come and have a conversation. And then here's something that I want you guys to think about, while you're leaving, you know. What challenges are you seeing in your operation? I know everybody has their challenges. A lot of our challenges right now are the same. What strategies have you worked for you? Like, what have you done that's helped you through this drought? What have you done that you've seen beneficial? Same thing with prairie dogs. What have you done? Same thing with weeds. How can we better support the producers in the West End? Because it's not just you that's like, everybody's in the same place in this room. So it doesn't matter if it's you, your neighbor, everybody's got the same thing going on. So what do you guys need? That's what we need to hear. That's what we need to tell the county commissioners. That's what we need to go forward with. And this is the last slide. So thank you guys. And if you have any questions, then now's the time to speak up.
So we have been talking about forming a working group, and I think the best way to organize that is through San Miguel Basin CSU Extension Office. We're talking about even having a monthly coffee with producers where we could sit down and talk through these issues and continue to formulate a plan. And I think that connecting and continuing these conversations like is how, as a community, we're going to tackle them together. And so just kind of plant the seed about, if you're interested in gathering in the future, maybe once a month, once every other month, I don't know what that'll look like, but please reach out to Jake and Annika through CSU Extension. And we're gonna organize a group and keep the conversation going. And I'll pass this on to Steve.
Great. Don't forget the conservation district to be part of that too. And it's a good conversation, and it's gonna, and just know that you got a lot of partners, and we're part of that group that you can count on. Okay. So the one of the programs that we really wanted to highlight, and I've kind of twisted the arm of some of the county folks in Montrose County to pay attention to this. So San Miguel County came to our district several years back, and they had developed a program called PEDS, Payment for Ecological Services. And I didn't even know what the word ecological mean. So I had to study up on what's this all about. So anyway, the PEDS program has been going on now for what, 5, 6 years?
Yeah, their pilot program in 2010.
Wow. Clear back to 2010.
In 2020, it was formally
Yes. Formerly,
Funded, formally funded.
Funded.
Yeah.
And so the county took a big leadership step in developing a program here in San Miguel County to incentivize good practices that do a lot of good things for the farms and ranches, for soil health, for better production, and a lot of it translates into carbon footprint things and carbon sequestration things, but what we found in partnering with them is it really gets the conversation going locally, producer to producer on, man, that seems to be working. How can I take part in that? And so we helped along with the technical support for this program through Dave Deerstein, partnering in with through the Conservation District to help develop soil analysis and really get into the science of things. And now working with Tessa Lightfoot and Chris Hazen and his group. And we want to showcase how this program has been so successful. And we have with us, is it Star coming? Is Star James? Who's doing this line? Tessa. Tessa is doing. So Tessa, come on up and help us to learn more about your programs and how you are affecting the practices that are getting on the ground. And that's what we love, is to see things get on the ground. So, Tessa.
It might take just a second. Is it working? Seems to work.
See, I told you guys the technology.
Yeah, technologies, it always will function.
Our friend today.
Okay, well, anyways, my name is Tessa Lightfoot and I'm working with San Miguel County on the Payment for Ecosystem Service Program. We've been doing this for almost 6 years now, so it's really a pleasure to be here and to hear so many people talking about soil health in this community.
Next.
Speaker, a little closer to you.
Okay, is that better? Perfect. Next.
We're gonna try switching it. You can have control.
Okay.
Just bear with us for 1 minute here. We can get this to work. Could be way better for Tessa.
That doesn't want to move at all.
Wow. Sorry, Tessa.
Try this again.
All right, yay.
All right, so we'll go ahead and continue here. I just wanted to provide some background on how this program originated and just acknowledge that the county has been working on a payment for ecosystem service program since 2010, as was mentioned before. That initial program was focused on rare plant species. It was lasted 2.5 years, engaged 7 landowners, and was funded by the County Open Space Mill Levy Fund.
this really kind of inspired the county to grow its PEDS program and continue engaging landowners, building trust across stakeholders, and addressing key environmental issues in our area. The focus sort of transitioned to carbon sequestration and focusing on land management. No, why just put the computer? Okay.
It's not doing anything.
Oh,
Technology, did it work?
no.
Does it work if you click it?
Oh,
Okay, we're speeding through the slideshow. Okay. So there were a few iterations of the program. After that, there was a composting program that occurred. And then in 2019, the county sought funding for a new program that really focused on soil health specifically, and engaged with landowners and their management practices. So this was really, the idea was to create a model that could be scaled in Colorado. And Chris Hazen sort of took the reins on this, and he secured some matching grant funding from the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and he really implemented the project in 2020. Okay. So just to go over ecosystem services, as Steve mentioned, not everyone knows what these are. But they're essentially the indirect and direct benefits that we as humans derive from natural systems. So this can look like clean water, clean air, healthy soils, and they're often overlooked. It's very hard to quantify the value that you as a landowner can add to protecting and preserving these services or even enhancing them. But this program is really looking to do that. And so it's focused on some of those different specific services, but right now it's really focusing on those soil health benefits. And speaking of soil health, hopefully everyone in this room already knows what soil health is referring to, but in case you don't, this is how the NRCS defines it. And it's really referring to the capacity of the soil to function as a living ecosystem that sustains plants, animals, and humans. And this gives us those services that we described before. So that clean air and water, bountiful crops and forests, etc. And it does this by performing 5 essential functions. And I just wanted to reiterate this because this is sort of how it relates to the drought issues that we're talking about today. So regulating water, sustaining plant and animal life, filtering and buffering potential pollutants, cycling nutrients, and then providing stability and support, so that can look like reducing erosion. So going back to the current model that we're working with for the Payment for Ecosystem Service program, this again was kind of launched through that external funding from CWCB, and the idea was originally to develop a template, and that was really gonna involve a lot of landowner participation to sort of create the model that we would work on. But then COVID hit, and it meant that we weren't engaging with each other in the ways we used to. There weren't many gatherings of the public. So rather than going through this process with the public, we went ahead and got the ball rolling and decided to design a program and sort of develop it as we went. So it was modeled after an existing program in California, and it was really designed with the help of Dr. Adam Chambers from NRCS. So starting with a kind of an overview of what we're looking at here, the funding is coming from the county, and then again, that was sort of that original launch money was helped with the Water Conservation Board grant. And this is used to administer the project and then provide payments directly to the landowners who are implementing practices that promote soil health. So the projects are evaluated based on EQIP standards, which we heard a little bit about before. And that initial year, we hope to engage 3 to 6 projects with ideally a multi-year commitment. Then looking at the practices, again, these practices from the EQIP list were predefined for San Miguel County specifically. NRCS did that. And then they're verified through the program administration itself. And the payments to landowners are based on the EQIP payment schedule with a 1.5 multiplier. So this program has a little bonus there, really to incentivize the implementation of these practices. And then the benefits. Again, this was originally related to carbon sequestration, not just overall soil health. And so we do use a Comet Planner tool from NRCS to really measure the amount of carbon that's being sequestered in the soil based on the practices that folks are implementing. So that's sort of a standardized way to have that measurement for each landowner. But the benefits really extend beyond just the carbon in the ground. There's benefits to both the landowner and the larger region, our communities. So that includes improving productivity, increasing water retention, improving soil health, and then of course the carbon sequestration. Okay, so I just wanted to provide quickly sort of an example project of what we're actually talking about here, what this would look like if you were a producer participating. So we do have permission to use the example that we're providing here today from a landowner who is okay with us sharing the information. I'm just sorry, go back one. No worries. Okay, so if you were a producer, you would identify an area of the program or some practices that might fit for your land. And that's again based on the list that's specifically selected for San Miguel County. Here are some of those practices that are eligible in 2026. A lot of the ones that we do are grazing management, range planting, nutrient management. It changes a little bit landowner to landowner. Some folks implement 6 practices and others just do 1. And there's no minimum acreage you have to be participating in this program. So we're really trying to make it low barrier to entry and easy to implement in terms of like paperwork and all of that. Okay, so for the example, we'll choose prescribed grazing as the practice. We cross-reference prescribed grazing with the equipped list here. And then that payment is based on the equipped payment schedule again with the 1.5 multiplier. And then for prescribed grazing, that also requires that the landowner has a grazing plan. So we want to make sure that folks are really thinking about how they're implementing their grazing practices. And then hopefully, maybe someone wants to try out using the e-collars. That's something we would love to have folks engage with in this program as well. So we're trying to get creative and really allow folks to sort of tailor this to their needs and what their capacity is. Then the terms of the agreement are memorialized in a contract between the county and the landowner. The practices are verified through the administration of the program. So Chris and Dave and I are out in the field working with landowners directly. The payments are made according to the payment schedule, which I'll show you an example of later. And then the benefits are derived through the actual implementation of practices. So here's sort of an example contract that you'd be signing just to show you guys what this is. It's really a land use access agreement. This is the language that you'd be signing on to. It's essentially that you're going to implement the practices that you say you will, and that we have access to go on and do the work we need to do. And I'll talk a little bit about that as well. We include an operating plan. So we'll go through practice by practice, what you plan to do on your property and what the acreage is, where that is on your property, how we'll be analyzing that. Then we'll also include the payment schedule, which you can see here. It's broken down by practice, by acre, and then the payment for each of those practices. We have a total payment that is actually, we do it in 3 installments. So 40% is received upon contract execution. The next 40% is received upon mid-season review of operations. And then the final 20% is at year end. So we make sure that we're engaging with landowners throughout the year. This is an ideal scenario. We've had some folks who start participating later in the year, and so it doesn't always exactly work out perfectly, but that's the idea. And again, it's paying for the practices. So we also include a plot map. We'll map each person's property and show the different practices that they are going to implement on their land, and then the different acreage. So each of those different colors shows a different practice that this landowner has elected to implement on their land. And then this is just a screenshot of the comment planner report, so it sort of shows the carbon storage the carbon that you're sequestering based on the practices you're implementing. And this will vary again by landowner. We also include some other deliverables beyond just the contract, and that includes a soil health report. This is something that Dave Deerstein has helped us develop, and I think it's really a valuable resource. Again, we go out on site with landowners. All of our participating landowners will conduct a soil health assessment. We'll dig a soil pit, see what your soils look like, do a vegetative transect, collect all the vegetation data, and then collect a composite soil sample, send that to Ward Labs. You'll get a soil health report for that. We also provide information from Web Soil Survey, which is a resource that you can access on your own, but we sort of highlight some of the most important information because it is a lot. And then we also provide some suggestions for improvement. So here's the current condition. Here's what you might do to improve your land. That can include some seed mixes, things like that, or who to contact to create your own seed mix. So just to review some project milestones, because this program has really evolved over its lifetime. We launched in 2021 and developed the original mapping methodology, the supporting documentation, the contract format, and we had 3 producers we worked with that first year who were sort of already understanding soil health, and they really helped us get off the ground, and were very patient with us. In 2022, we increased the number of participants, and this largely happened from neighbors talking to each other. And that's sort of our whole concept is we want this to work on the ground, and we want folks to see it working and talk to each other about it. So creating that, communication about soil health in this area specifically. In 2023, we added Dave Deerstein to our team, and he's been a wealth of knowledge for us and for the landowners. And that was really in partnership with Shannon Conservation District, as was mentioned. He brought in some new monitoring protocol that we've been implementing since then. Both, that was largely for soils at that time. We developed the soil health reports for producers, and that's when we closed out that grant. In 2024, we continued growing the program and added that vegetative transect data. So you can see that each year we've been trying to, meet the needs of landowners as we continue expanding the program. In 2026, we just added a voluntary test strip program that we're really excited about with the fungal dominant compost extract that Steve mentioned. So we want to see how that works in the landscape in our area. And again, this is a voluntary program. Folks get paid to use about 2 acres of their land to apply the inoculant and then compare it to a control area. The idea is that you'll compare this over the course of 3 years. So we want to see the long-term benefits of the inoculant and really show that it works, and hopefully folks won't have to rely on fertilizer as much, and they can start using this inoculant that's a lot cheaper and better for the soil. Okay, so I just wanted to sort of close with why this matters. Again, the principles of soil health are there on the left side: minimizing soil disturbance, maximizing soil cover, maintaining living roots, maximizing diversity, and integrating livestock. And all these lead to really long-lasting impacts that will benefit not only producers, but their communities and our region as a whole. So again, regulating water, sustaining plant and animal life, filtering pollutants, cycling nutrients, and reducing erosion. These are all really important, and I think you all know that. So we're just trying to create some incentive for folks and help them try things out. Change is scary, and I think this program is intended to help people try out one practice at a time if that's what works for them, help offset the cost of the practice of buying that seed. So we hope that more folks want to get involved. I wanted to leave you with one more slide, which are some quotes that Dave likes to tell every landowner that we visit. 1% organic matter increase in the top 6 inches of soil can allow you to hold an additional 20,000 gallons of water. That's pretty significant. So focusing on soil health, organic matter, is really important for water retention. And then 1% organic matter stores 10,000 pounds of carbon. Again, this is related to carbon sequestration too, so these two things go hand in hand. And that's all I have for you. I have our contacts on the next slide. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Chris, Dave. There's lots of participants in the room, so have conversations with people around you. It's really awesome to see some of our landowners in the room. Yeah, thank you so much.
Is this program available for Montrose County residents?
No, I have been having conversations with Montrose County about expanding this program. And Gunnison County has been really interested in this. I know it's not relevant to anybody in this room, but this program has become a bit of a model for what other counties would like to implement. And I'm really hoping that we can get Montrose on board to launch a similar kind of program, especially because Charbonneau Conservation District is based in Montrose County. All the resources are there. And like anything, it comes down to money. And so that piece of the puzzle is what, they would need to put together. And San Miguel County's been getting creative in how we can continue to sustain this program. I just think it is so very important. It's an answer to a lot of the county's goals around climate action. It's been kind of my answer to like, here's a way we can actually implement these goals of climate action in a way that's going to support our local ag economy, our local producers, and the ecology of the lands. It all comes together through this program. And so that's really been effective in convincing the commissioners to continue to fund this through the years, I think. But there's some new commissioners incoming in Montrose County that I was even having discussions with today that are really open to wanting to expand on these kind of programs and supporting the ag community. So I hope that we could help them in launching a program across the county line.
Thank you.
And last but not least, I'm going to welcome on stage Cliff Childs, and he's got a presentation on practices that he's implemented on his land, on his Rimrock Ranch, and really appreciate Cliff being here today. Thanks.
Is it working? The light. Okay. Yeah, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Clifford Childs. I live in Newfoundland on the Rimrock Ranch. That's 290 acre ranch. What I wanted to go over today is I don't want to rub any salt with these pictures because you guys are out of water. I've got water. So don't take it that I'm trying to change anybody's mind and how they're farming, because most of you guys are better farmers, if not all of you are better farmers than I am. One thing I wanted to bring up is the Norwood lost their water conservancy district. It was years ago, or 2 years ago in the lawsuit or something. And the grants are very hard to get if you don't have that conservancy district. The county commissioners, anybody that can figure out how to help them get that district back, they need it. Because with the short water, the one thing that is going to end up to with every district, I think, or every ditch company, is we're going to be putting our water in pipelines somewhere through the lifetime. It won't be our lifetime, but someday, if we get to keep the water, it's going to end up in pipelines. So we need, every ditch company needs to be able to get grants. Okay, so anybody can help anybody figure out how to get this stuff back so they can apply for grants. We need your help. Commissioners, prairie dog machine, I see it on there. I've burned two of them up in the last 15 years, killing prairie dogs. Rods went out the block of one, the other don't make any air. The way I'm gonna fix my problem next, I'm gonna go to Harbor Freight, buy $1,000 compressor and put a radiator on it. And it probably only lasts a year, but I just wanted to bring that up to people. Okay. The fungi, Steve went over it, hit it. I think our fungi with our compost tea is very similar to the mycorrhizal fungi that you can get. You don't have to go to green cover seed. It comes from green cover seed, but Philip Frank in Cruda handles 13 or several seed mixes, seed mixes and stuff like that. And I'm not real good at speaking to public here, but I feel like a drug dealer when I bought a little bit of fungi from him because I walked out with a bag and it cost $600. I see the seed exposed. But, so our compost, I think, can compete with that very close, you know, and that's the Saginaw Conservation District has that. I think I have a laser here or something.
Well, it's taking its time. Here's switches.
Okay. But right here on the floor right, that's 13 seed mix. We bought it from Lifetime Ag, Philip Frank, and Cruda, Colorado. So you don't have to go way off to get it. Okay. They asked me to go over what I'm doing on our place, and that was no tilt into sod. That we on this lower right hand picture. Okay, next picture.
We're working on it.
Like. Okay.
Okay, okay. You're still working on the next.
Mm-hmm.
My dad bought or my folks bought this place in 1980. And the next picture,
Let's just try again, see if we can make it work.
the next picture is gonna be, I went on the Google Earth. And this is let's go back one. This is 1985. And at that time, my dad was irrigated it right before that. And he took him 8 hours to set the water on this place with all the ditches and cross ditches that was on it. You can kind of see that the water used to come down across here. And this was all dry. It was dry here in this field. And it came on down and went across where my house is now and around. And there was short little fields all the way through it. And it took 8 hours to irrigate and here's a picture of it, and the next picture is 1980 or 93. And he got with the NRCS and he put a pipeline in. It starts way up here on this side, comes all the way down, and went to right here and to right there. And he started it, you can see the wheel lines, this is all the further it would go on that field. This is all the further to go on that one, and I'm trying to throw a punch in here for the NRCS. My dad said I could have built this line and put it in for what it cost me and not even touch the NRCS. Well, I'm glad he went with the NRCS. So I would encourage that with people. Because if he did what he did, I would not be able to put the water that I have today through that line. Because my water is whistling Dixie in the line that got me out. So, and they wanted this down here on this end, they wanted 100 or 200 PSI iron pipe. And my dad said, well, I don't need that kind of pressure. He went in a few years after this, He put in 40 acres right here, and he said, I only need to go about 60 pounds over the burst rate. Well, we're fixing pipeline every year. So we ended up making that a low pressure line from water finally goes, he dug a hill ditch through here 28 feet deep, so the water line was great. So, give a NRCS on a good project. It may cost you a little bit. You may be able to do it just as cheap, but you might get a better product in the long run. It's worth checking into. Next picture. This is my place today. You know, here's a prime example of prairie dogs next to you. Like I said, I went through 2 dog machines on this place. Next picture. I might be jumping one too many, I don't know.
We'll get it eventually. I think we're having some in and out with our internet.
But this field right up here, my folks had to, after my dad lost the one, he went ahead and put a pipeline from here on through, clear out over to there.
Let me get that.
Yeah, he went ahead and he put a pipeline. He put a pipeline across that field from right here, that was into there. I gotta try to keep up with it.
You never know.
He had pipeline ended right in here. And he went ahead and went across this draw of the pipeline, and then he must have put it in 20 years ago. And the next picture shows, go ahead, the field, and we started this in 2022. There's I packed all the trees off, this was the burn piles. And here's a picture of the rocks that we hauled off in 2022, just to be able to put my no-till drill across it. Next picture. And I didn't even remove it, I didn't do anything to it, I just went and planted no-till in it, sagebrush. I run over a lot of big rocks and a lot of brush. It is a pretty tough drill. Next picture. Here it is the next year. And I should have said it before there. I'll leave that. Before, when we put our cows on this field, they go in for 4 hours and they would die. I think there wasn't anything on it. We got 2 weeks out of that. You know, I didn't have as many cows then as I do now. But that was no till then. Next picture. This was this year, and I planted some more in the same field. Next picture. That's the same field this year. I got 2 weeks grazing out of that field that I started in 2022 and never put a disc on it or anything. Now I did broadcast seed, I grazed on it, I bale grazed on it, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And I do have water, so I'm not trying to rub salt in anybody. You know, because you guys are good farmers up here, you just don't have water. Next picture. I'm very proud of this field here. It was last year, I planted this 2 years ago in the fall, alfalfa. I went and planted 15 pounds to the acre with a no-till drill in oats. You can see old vegetation that's still coming up, you know, triticale and oats. There was some hairy vetch in it and everything else. This is the first cutting of a brand new field in the spring in like June. I mean, and this is the best soil on the property right here. I mean, I'm not trying to show that my fields, because this is good, because most of mine's pretty doggy. But I was really impressed with what I got out of no-tilling out on an alfalfa field into the stuff. Okay, and this field right here is our neighbors with the prairie dog seed. Actually came to us and said, I want you to run the cows and stuff on it. Yeah, just help me what you can. He said, I want my place to look more like yours. So we're not even, we're spending the money by trying to help him, but we're needing to work on the dogs here, and we went ahead and rock picked this piece of ground here, next picture. We tilled it this spring, next picture. And we grazed it. It's just obvious, but it's, you know, it's got a lot of work. It's several years out, but it's improving. Okay, next picture. We sectional graze on our place. Here's pictures of what we did last year with poly wire. We go out and we walk across a couple, 2 to 3 times a day, moving a line over and sectional grazing a line, and we would run a back line. I don't see one on here to point out, but we would put a back line most of the time out here to keep the cows from going back and eating the young grass. And since then, we've switched to halter, next picture. Here they are with halter. They're not able to touch that wheel line. And if you have wheel lines, since I went to sectional grazing, before I did that, I fixed 4 to 6 pipes per year off of wheel lines. Now I'm not hardly fixing them. I have pipes go bad, you know, it's usually from my mistake or something. It's not from the cows. And if you look, these cows all have a solar powered electric halter on them from halter. And I think the next one's the last one. Yeah, here's yesterday, my wife changed the grazing. And instead of doing it 2 or 3 times a day, she can do it all day long, 3 feet at a time. I don't know how many times she possibly changed it since we've been here this week. You know, but here's my cows. They got about 3 to 5 feet. It's like a feed bunk. Here's the back line. The wheel line's up in here somewhere. And, you know, it's pretty amazing stuff. After, you know, a guy, Philip Crank, down there, he said, when I bought the electrical and was running the polys, I asked him about it. He said, well, I'll put it to you this way on sectional grazing. I can't afford to stop, is what he told me, you know. And after having the halter, we can't afford to not pay for it, because we can actually, she may have changed the cows 3 times today, sitting in this room, you know. And she can sit there and look at it. She's got it on her phone and you can see it, you know, if anybody's interested. So that's pretty much all I've got. I hope I didn't hurt anybody's feelings by rubbing salt, because you guys don't have water in here, because you guys are good farmers up here.
Do the collars on the cows, do they get shocked if they get too close to the fence?
I never thought a cow could count till this year, but a cow can count. Believe it or not, they can come up here and these collars beep at them as they get close to the deal. And it tells them, like, if they're going on this side and the big boundaries here, they'll come up, they grab a bite and the beeper goes beep. They grab another bite, the beeper goes beep, and they turn and walk this way. Because if they go past 2 beats, 3rd beat, they get shot. So I doubt that you.
It's a virtual fence, it's not a real fence.
Oh.
No, you're saying.
You can back up one,
Yes,
on the back up one.
yep.
What do you do if your wife goes to sleep? She's supposed to.
She never does this thing.
Wait for that. I don't know how to run it, I just like to, but I do have that.
Okay.
It's amazing what once they kind of trained, I mean, you can push them through it, It's, but it's just an old, it beats them, it even tells them when you give them a new section. Like if she gives them a new section of feed, and it's over this spot, and you're facing this way, it's telling them over here, but you can. If it does it, vibrate or whatever it does. And then they go and they line it to the whole.
How many years have you guys done this now? This is your whole year, right?
No, we got him,
January 20th, you got older.
we got holder January 20th, the week before the soil health, a week before the soil health conference. And you wouldn't have thought we could have trained them in that time, but I was putting out windrows to feed with the, like, I put out 6 bales of hay. And we put a virtual fence between each windrow of hay. And we went to Montrose and we said soil health and changed the windrows as we wanted them to be.
How did it benefit you for cabbage?
The calving was kind of funny because they kind of scared me on the cabbages. They said, a lot of your cows are eating. I said, we aren't even supposed to calve yet, so I must have lost a lot of calves. And amazingly, I actually had, for the first time in my life, 100% calving rate this year. And we lost one calf. It was 2 weeks old after that. So.
How it helps me in calving is when I could look at my phone at 9 o'clock at night and see number 407 was off by herself. And I knew she would have a calf by 1. When they would go off, I could see it on my phone when they would go off by themselves, that if it was a heifer, I would go check. So the colors on these are different, not colors, meaning different.
I'll rent to get it to go. Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to catch up.
The different colors is what fun thing everybody.
Anything else?
The power stuff is value, there's a value to that, and what is the cost per collar? It's gonna come down as time goes on, but what is the cost?
Well, it costs us $70 an animal and a pallet.
Annually.
For most people, I think we were probably one exception because we don't leave this ranch. I'm trying to get up to 100 head on this 290 acres. But anybody that's going anywhere else, like to the mountain or anywhere, Halter is hooked up with Skylink, and I think other companies are going to be hooked up too. And you can go off the satellite. It's a little more expensive per animal, but you can take them anywhere you want to take them then and manage it. I think it's going to come like with the wolves and different things. It's going to get to where they're going to be able to tell you when this cow's stressed, and you can go check her and see if she's possibly lost the calf from the wolf attack. You know, that's possibly coming too in our future.
Question, does having your animals haltered impact your insurance in a positive way with your livestock?
I don't even think we have our cows insured.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's insurance for the.
Anything else? Steve, I'm ready to come and take this phone.
Sorry.
Yeah, so Steve had to hit the road, I think, go deal with his cattle, actually. But I just wanted to say thank you again to everyone for making the event here. Really appreciate you all. And I did put up just a piece of paper sign up back there. If anybody in the room is interested in participating in a West End producer working group and coming back together, either we're thinking bi-monthly, and I think we would probably flip-flop between San Miguel and Montrose County. And if you're interested, please sign up, put your name and email or phone number down, and we'll reach out. And Another way if we want to touch in on this is CS2 Extension will have information around it. And then I think we'll probably put a press release out in the forum, as well as on like the New Glen Rita and Norway Collective, Facebook pages. But we'd like to keep the conversation going and keep working together and keep sharing resources. And update everyone on anything going on at the county level, at the extension office level, and the Chavano Conservation District. Thanks again, and everybody travel safe, and grab some dessert to go if you haven't already.
I forgot to mention a couple of things, everybody as I step down. One person in this room, Van Gray, is already jumping ahead on this dryland mix and stuff. He's planted over 300 acres. That's a good spot to be checking the drought, see how salmon comes up. And then my prairie dog control, I was talking to Scott Snyder, mom's brother, at the rodeo, and he told me he's putting the gang on the front of his tractor and pulling the drag behind it to not till, and just dropping that gang as he goes over the hip poles and smoothing the holes out. So there's some neat stuff going on around here. There's a lot of people ahead of the game. I'm sure Dan will talk to anybody that wants to ask as he goes along. And, you know, I'm thinking about trying to do the same thing with I don't have a tractor that has a loader on it, but I got a 3-point disc. I'm gonna put a 3-point disc on the back of the tractor in my land plane, drop my disc on the hole and try to smooth out some holes that I got.